Chapter 12:41, Draining with No Corpses. In a battlefield in the starry sky, dazzling starlight shone down, and the sound of a very unique drum echoed out, filled with immortal magic that made the void tremble. They were called the God-crushing drums. They were one of the signature weapons of the patrolling battalions of the Longskill Regiment, and they were designed to flush gods out of hiding. They could sense traces of gods in a wide area and were very sensitive to mutagen. Guided by the sound of the drums, 5 ships from the patrol regiment veered off and shot into a specific direction. The remaining battalions continued on their way to continue inspecting other areas. They would not just sit and wait for the 5 battalions to complete their mission and return. And thus, time slipped by. Before the remaining battalions could reach any other locations to inspect, a message came in from the ships that had departed. The person delivering the message sounded a bit flummoxed. "Exalted One, we've followed the drums to planet Gradum, where the gods were erecting an altar. However, the only thing here are dead gods. There's nothing else. Some unknown party apparently arrived before us and wiped them out." In the main patrol group was the man in charge of the mission, a middle-aged cultivator with a stern look on his face. He wore a blue-colored suit of scale armor, and he pulsed with the extraordinary fluctuations of a peak quasi-immortal. After receiving the message, he opened his eyes, revealing a thoughtful look. In this relatively large section of the battlefield, the Longskill Regiment was the only group tasked with carrying out patrols, and yet some unknown party had beaten them to the punch. After only a moment of consideration, the middle-aged cultivator issued new orders. Shortly after, all of the flying ships changed course and sped through the starry sky toward planet Gradum. Before long, ripples spread out through the void outside planet Gradum, where the Profound, Overlook, Inc., Spirit, and Wing battalions waited. Then the rest of the flying ships arrived. The quasi-immortal leader flew off his ship, followed by over 100 members of his personal guard. Looking like shooting stars, they flew directly toward the planet. After landing, all of them looked around with strange expressions on their faces. The god altar had clearly been destroyed, and the surroundings were littered with god corpses. The corpses had clearly been sucked dry. It wasn't a case of them having been killed with fatal blows. They had clearly been milked for all of the ring source they contained. It had been accomplished very tidily. Not one bit of ring source was left behind. The Longskill cultivators exchanged awkward glances. This was definitely not how the Longskill Regiment operated. The leader looked around at the members of his guard and said, "This looks more like the work of a squadron of corpse-drainers. Such efficiency." He had merely given voice to what they were all thinking. What they were seeing really did seem like something done by corpse-drainers. Extracting ring source was delicate work, and the fact remained that none of them could have accomplished it with such finesse. Work like that took a lot of practice. But then people started questioning the situation. But the corpse-drainers are like vultures. They only show up on big battlefields. You never see them at places like this, with only a few dozen god corpses. Maybe it's the work of scouts from some other regiment. Could they have corpse-drainers with them? Maybe they're working together. As everyone discussed the situation, the quasi-immortal leader looked around at the corpses, studied the altar, and finally fixed his gaze on one corpse in particular. That was when his eyes suddenly glittered. That god is a mid-altar god. They had hidden this place to set up that god altar, but they were forced to activate it before they were ready. They were obviously in a rush. Whoever attacked them didn't sense them by means of god-crushing drums. The attackers were following them. To kill an altar god in such short order and also remove any evidence of their presence, making it impossible for us to identify them, well, it indicates these people are no simpletons. No one responded to his words. A moment passed, and the leader looked away from the altar god corpse. "Report this matter up the chain of command. It's probably just some fellow warriors from another regiment who accidentally crossed into our area of operations." With that, he flew back up into the starry sky, followed by the others, all the way back to his flying ship. However, along the way, many of his personal guards looked over their shoulders and sighed. They were all thinking similar things. They crossed into our AO and brought corpse drainers with them. A good distance away from planet Gradum was Xu Qing and the other Ascendees, who the long-scale regiment had taken to be fellow warriors who had crossed into their area of operations. They were proceeding along in concealment, all the while talking back and forth as they analyzed how the fight had played out. We're still too slow. The extraction wasn't fast enough. We might be good at extracting ring source from living targets, but in the past they were always sealed first, and sealing takes longer than killing. And to get the best results, you have to continuously provoke the target. Basically, life extraction is fine under normal circumstances, but on the battlefield, it really is better to deal with corpses. Maybe we should just practice more on the dead bodies. Rapid extraction really is the most suitable for the battlefield. At a certain point, Xu Qing interrupted. From now on, we'll continue with our assigned corpse drainer mission, but at the same time, we'll do as we just did. We'll track down suitable god squadrons to practice our extraction techniques. Everyone nodded, then scattered to look for new targets. Soon, Xu Qing was the only one left behind. After watching everyone leave, he found an asteroid where he hewed out a temporary mansion grotto. Once inside, he settled down cross-legged. His plan was to continue absorbing ring source and push his cultivation base higher. At the same time, he was thinking about the war in the context of everything he had experienced up to this point. Given how these skirmishes are playing out in the Eastern Theater, it almost seems like the two sides are playing a complicated game. They both have their own goals. Unfortunately, I don't have enough information to figure out exactly what those goals are. But one thing is for certain. Given the scale of the war and the sacrifices being made, both sides are attempting to accomplish something of great strategic significance. In order to get a better idea of what was going on, it was necessary to understand the larger trends. I'm currently an early quasi-immortal. If I want to reach the Great Circle, I'll need more ring source. A lot more. There's just not enough time. I need to think of ways to speed things up. Taking out some extracted ring source, he started absorbing it. 3 months passed in a flash. During that time, the long-scale regiment experienced several situations similar to what had just played out on planet Gradum. Every single time, there were gods in hiding, but before the long-scale patrol could reach them, they were wiped out and their ring source extracted. The speed of fighting and extraction only increased. The battlefields were left cleaner and cleaner. Before long, a rumor started to spread in the long-scale regiment. Supposedly, a squadron from another regiment had crossed into their area of operations. They were said to be cruel and ruthless. What was more, they were traveling with corpse drainers, and whenever they took action, they were quick and deadly. Over time, the other corpse drainer squadrons in the area were getting a bit irritated. What was more, the army leadership eventually noticed what was happening. Unfortunately, nothing anyone did to identify the mysterious squadron actually worked. Though the incidents kept happening, it seemed impossible to identify the perpetrators, so the long-scale regiment gradually stopped working so hard to find them. Another factor at play was that the war was starting to heat up. On an enormous pure white planet, a small skirmish was playing out involving a few thousand combatants. Booms and screams rang out everywhere. God magics and immortal techniques flared, sending multicolored light shining in all directions. The fighting was getting intense. On the border of the field of battle was a gigantic white mountain, where a squadron of corpse drainers waited. Among them was the same old man Xu Qing had run into a few months before. Xu Qing and his people were there as well, seated cross-legged and keeping an eye on the fighting. While the other corpse drainers were obviously on guard, Xu Qing and the Ascendees seemed a bit impatient. Hustling on the side had been quite profitable recently, and they were getting a lot better at their extraction techniques. Their cultivation bases had also improved. However, because more battles were being fought in the war, they had less time for their side hustle and had to do more official work as corpse drainers. They had already been waiting for a long time atop the mountain, yet no side had yet prevailed. Eyes glittering, they began to look over at Xu Qing. Xu Qing was frowning. The ring source he had acquired over the past few months had helped his cultivation base a lot, and he was eager to move on to the next battlefield. Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be any end in sight for this particular skirmish. After some thought, Xu Qing stood and started walking forward. The other ascendees excitedly got to their feet as well. The other corpse drainers looked over in surprise. That was especially true of the old man who had given Xu Qing advice earlier on. He even opened his mouth to speak. But before he could say anything, Xu Qing burst into motion. Rumbling sounds then echoed out as he became a streak of light that shot like a blade toward the battlefield. Zhou Jingli and everyone else followed him without hesitation. They looked like vultures, but at the same time wolves, and it left the other corpse drainers on the mountain feeling shaken to the core. The old man's eyes widened. They're going in early, but... He was clearly shocked, but before he could even finish his sentence, Xu Qing and the ascendees reached the battlefield. They charged into the fighting without hesitation. Deafening booms rang out, and shockwaves from magical techniques spread out in all directions. Xu Qing was a blur of afterimages that stopped right in front of the corpse of a godfire god. He reached out, placed his hand onto the god's chest, and even as both sides of the conflict continued to fight, he began to extract the ring source. The corpse of the god withered up in front of him. Meanwhile, when the combatants noticed what was happening, be they gods or long-skill regiment cultivators, they looked over in astonishment. No one had ever seen anything like this happening. As the stunned gods and cultivators looked on, Zhou Jingli and the other ascendees arrived, spread out, and started finding god corpses. They started extracting ring source like crazy. They were fast and skilled. After extracting all the ring source, they would quickly move on to the next corpse. Everyone looked on in pure astonishment. The fighting was clearly not over, and yet this group of corpse drainers had swooped in right in front of everybody to extract ring source from the corpses. The cultivators found it strange, but since these people were humans, they didn't react like the gods. On the other hand, the gods were obviously provoked and immediately tried to attack them. However, the corpse drainers' goal was clear. As soon as they met any resistance, they just gave up and moved on to a different god corpse. Previously, there had been a deadlock on the battlefield, which could have tipped either way. But with these corpse drainers here, there were plenty of distractions, and the long-skill regiment cultivators were quick to take advantage of that. As a result, the gods were forced to take the fighting seriously. Besides, these Kupsadranas were extraordinarily strong and were like fish in water on the battlefield. They were going around like crazy, absorbing rungsas from all the corpses. Latest content published on Nov Nut. If that were all there were to it, it might not have been a big deal. After all, there weren't even 20 of the Kupsadranas, and they didn't affect the fighting much. But before long, something different happened. It started with Xu Qing. As he was racing toward a god corpse, a peak Gudfa god appeared in front of him, who was locked in deadly combat with a Lungskull regiment cultivator. The god's eyes were cold and apathetic as He unleashed god magics, causing the rungsas to seethe within Hum. The Lungskull regiment cultivator's eyes were bloodshot, and he was about to put everything on the line. That was when the vision of the cultivator and the god blurred. Xu Qing suddenly appeared right in front of them. Before either could react, Xu Qing reached out and latched his hand down onto the god's throat. The power of his immortal embryo surged like flood waters, sweeping into the god. A howl of anguish escaped the god's lips as He felt He's life force about to be snuffed out. Then a cracking sound echoed out from the god's neck, and then He fell to the ground. The god was a corpse now. Xu Qing squatted down over the corpse and efficiently extracted the rungsas. The Lungskull regiment cultivator stared in astonishment. Then his eyes shone with gratitude. Sir Volspera was quick to notice what Xu Qing had done. Licking his lips, he suddenly attacked a god who was fighting a nearby cultivator. The god quickly became a corpse. The other Asundas followed suit, lunging toward the gods like wolves or tigers. If they ran into corpses, they sucked them dry. If they saw enticing targets, they turned them into corpses. If they had to fight, they fought. If they had to launch sneak attacks, they did. If an opponent was too strong, they would rely on life-saving techniques to get away. In that manner, they became a huge wave sweeping across the battlefield. Though their influence was minimal at first, when they went crazy under Xu Qing's lead, they soon became the center of attention. The leaders on both sides saw what was happening. The leader of the gods frowned. In contrast, the leader of the cultivators, who was that same peak quasi-immortal from before, looked on with shining eyes. On the nearby mountain, the other Cupsadranas, including the old man, were dumbstruck. "Are they really Cupsadranas?" one of the squadron members muttered. "They are, but from what I can see, they kill them first, then drain them." Chupped 1242. Look up and see the bright shining moon. They were indeed draining corpses. During the 3 months that had passed, Xu Qing and the Usundas had learned a lot. It was generally better to drain living gods, but for a number of reasons, it was difficult to do so quickly. Therefore, they had focused their training on corpses. That was the best skill to enhance for use on the battlefield. After all, battlefields were usually full of corpses. And if an enticing target presented itself that wasn't a corpse, all they had to do was kill it and turn it into a corpse. During the 3 months that had passed, their corpse-draining skills had improved a lot. The battle on this huge planet was the first time they had acted in the open, and it left all onlookers shocked to the core. The Cupsadranas on the mountain weren't the only ones staring in shock. The cultivators on the battlefield were similarly astonished and suddenly felt less pressure. The fighting had been balanced before, so that meant that whatever pressure left the cultivators was transferred to the gods. Now, the gods not only had to worry about deadly combat with the army cultivators, they also had to worry about being ambushed and drained as corpses. Xu Qing and the Usundas roved the battlefield like hungry wolves or swords shaped like snakes, ready to stab anything they encountered. Wherever they went, corpses were drained dry and weak gods crumbled. Even the strong gods had to be careful. If they weren't, they also ran the risk of getting killed. Naturally, the Usundas only attracted more and more attention. In fact, some of the gods, after being ambushed, forgot about the battle with the Lungskull regiment and instead focused on Xu Qing and the Usundas. Of course, it went without saying that Xu Qing and the Usundas, given all that they had experienced and survived, were no weaklings. And they had plenty of life-saving magics. In instances where they ran into gods they couldn't defeat, they just fled as quickly as possible. If they were in a wide, empty space, or were fighting in a dueling environment, then such life-saving magics might not have helped them escape gods this strong. But things were different on a battlefield. The environment provided all sorts of variables. And even though such variables weren't necessarily monumental, when they built on each other, they turned into a trend that the gods had to pay attention to. Unfortunately, the leader of the gods quickly issued orders to try to stabilize the position and shore up the defenses. The results were middling. Xu Qing and the Usundas were too crafty and too strong, and they knew when to fall back in the face of overwhelming force. Xu Qing was the best of all. He targeted the Gudfa gods. And given that he had a quasi-immortal cultivation base, as well as a terrifyingly strong immortal embryo, he could kill such gods with a single blow. In any instances in which he couldn't drain a corpse on the spot, he just collected the corpse to deal with later. If the battlefield was a jungle, then the Ascendees were predators, and Xu Qing had been developing such skills since he was young. Starfire was drawn out by the excitement of the fighting and secretly used god magics to absorb the godly authority of the dead gods. Get full chapters from novel Fire.net. Little Shadow had finally woken up and was attracted by the mutagen as well as the flesh and blood of the gods. As a result, it instinctively let out emotional fluctuations of hunger and excitement. Xu Qing gave silent approval, and a moment later, the shadow spread out onto the ground to lunge on nearby injured gods. The leader of the Lungskull regiment took advantage of the developing situation to issue new orders. Lungskull regiment, let's finish this fight. He wanted to take advantage of the variables and the chaos to mount a major offensive. He himself shot forward to attack the leader of the gods, who was a peak altar god. Die. The battlefield was descending into madness. On the distant mountaintop, The other corpse drainers saw what was happening and were starting to get excited. The old man who had originally given advice to Xu Qing suddenly scowled viciously. "Let's go down there too," he shouted, and with that he blurred into motion as he headed down the mountain. The other corpse drainers hesitated. "But the rules." "Screw the rules," the old man roared. "If we don't get down there, we won't have a thing to drain." The other corpse drainers threw caution to the wind and followed. When they reached the battlefield, they weren't as proficient as Xu Qing and the Ascendees, but it was still like adding flowers to the brocade, and it tilted the entire battle further in the direction of the cultivators. The decisive final moments of the battle had arrived. Booms rang out. Screams filled the air. Gods were being killed and corpses were being drained. Within all that chaos, Xu Qing was like a specter, flitting about here and there, attacking ruthlessly and leaving behind no survivors. Starfear and Little Shadow were extremely excited. Xu Qing stopped in front of a peak Godfire god. The god's face fell, and he prepared to fall back. But then Xu Qing's right hand clamped down onto the top of Hai's head. The power of his immortal embryo swept forth. Starfear unleashed a god magic. Little Shadow began to devour Hai's flesh and blood. A god that would have been the subject of devout worship in the revered ancient mainland was wiped out in an instant, Hai's godly authority seized, and Hai's corpse half-eaten by Little Shadow. Xu Qing took the remains to drain further at a later time. Having accomplished that, Xu Qing licked his lips. He had benefited a lot so far, and yet he still wasn't satisfied. Godfire gods weren't enough for his needs. Turning, he looked down the battlefield, his eyes shining with mysterious light. He was looking to where the peak quasi-immortal was fighting the altar god. Both were going all out trying to kill the other. To fight the leader of the Longskill regiment, this god was pulsing with a godly aura and was unleashing god magics that could change the face of heaven and earth. The ring source fluctuations were very enticing. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed as he projected a message to Starfear and Little Shadow. Then he blurred into motion, heading in the opposite direction and disappearing into the chaos of battle. Starfear sent out mutagen to cover Xu Qing, causing his immortal aura to disappear. It was replaced by mutagen. His aura was completely hidden. Next, it was Little Shadow's turn. The shadow covered Xu Qing, making his fleshly body invisible. At the same time, Xu Qing used his spacetime to cover himself. Now even his soul was invisible. Using those methods, he made it so that he hardly seemed to exist. In the end, he completely disappeared from the battlefield. Soon the fight between the two leaders was reaching a critical point. The peak quasi-immortal and the peak altar god were both attacking each other ruthlessly. The altar god just wanted to get out of this fight. Whether doing so would ultimately change the course of the battle, or whether he just escaped, it didn't matter. But the leader of the Longskill regiment wanted the opposite. The cultivators had gained the advantage of the battlefield. If he could keep the altar god leader locked down for long enough, things would tilt even further in their favor. The battle intensified. Injuries mounted on both sides. Deafening booms rang out, and the blinding light of god magic and immortal techniques rose high. Casualties mounted. Everyone was resorting to trump cards. As for the altar god's trump card, it was a peak eruption of godly authority, which caused a white sun to form. Instead of emitting heat, however, it emitted frigid coldness and death. Close examination of the sun would reveal that, shockingly, it had innumerable faces on it, and all were distorted and screaming. As both parties went all out trying to kill each other, an invisible figure crept across the field of battle toward them. It got closer and closer. Soon it was only about 3,000 meters away. That was when the peak altar god, who had a humanoid torso but a lower half made of black smoke, turned Hai's head, eyes shining with cold apathy. Lifting Hai's right hand, he split the trump card he had just unleashed, causing a pair of deathly pale suns to appear. The first blocked the leader of the Longskill regiment, while the other shot toward that spot 3,000 meters away. All of it happened too quickly. The terrifying white sun crossed the 3,000 meters in an instant, then exploded. White light spread out, destroying the void, shattering magical laws and distorting everything. It also forced the invisible figure out into the open. It was none other than Xu Qing. He tried to fight back, but it did no good. An eruption of godly authority from a peak altar god was too terrifying. The white light shredded everything to pieces. Xu Qing writhed as his flesh and blood was ripped apart, as if it might peel off him. At that critical moment, Xu Qing's eyes shone with determination. Separating his soul, he fell back, hopping to avoid the danger. And yet, at that exact moment, a host of gods appeared around him. They pounced, unleashing all of their power. The rumbling booms caused many to look in that direction. Observers on both sides of the conflict saw Xu Qing's soul and fleshly body ripped to pieces. Zhou Jingli and the Ascendees howled in grief, their eyes bloodshot as they rushed in that direction. Little Shadow became visible. Erupting with emotional fluctuations of madness, it lunged toward the peak altar god. Starfire did the same, eyes radiating madness. She became a stream of godlight that shot directly toward the altar god. The leader of the Longskill regiment took advantage of the moment to unleash an immortal magic. It turned into a red moon, which cast a red glow that turned into a gargantuan cloud of sky-obfuscating, land-enshrouding moths. Looking extremely gruish and sinister, they dropped down toward the altar god. In the blink of an eye, blood-red light filled the battlefield thanks to the never-ending moths. A sensation of imminent danger filled the altar god's heart. Glaring at the Longskill regiment leader, as well as the cloud of moths, he suddenly shot backward, all while thrusting Hai's palm out in front of himself numerous times to unleash a secret magic. Hai's body quickly withered, becoming very weak. That was the price to pay to use that magic. Latent power erupted, converging in Hai's core as sunlight spread out. It was as if he was transforming into a sun. He was now at his weakest, but by temporarily transforming into a sun, he could inflict a grievous injury on the leader of the Longskill regiment. By exhausting Hai's strength, he could create the time and opportunity he needed to escape. White light shone as he replaced Hai's god body with a sun. However, that was when something extremely dramatic occurred. The void behind him suddenly folded in on itself like a piece of paper. Fluctuations spread out, filling the dome of heaven and causing wild colors to flash. They were ripples in space. They were flows of time. They were overlapping space-times. A hand appeared, gripping an iron skewer, and it moved with incomparable speed in a very gruish fashion as it stretched out from the overlapping space-time. It appeared right in front of the weakened altar god's throat. With blinding speed, unmatchable accuracy, and fluid skill, it slashed through the god's throat. What a show of ability. The god's skin was flayed, the flesh was opened up, the bones were severed. The skewer came out the other side. In addition, the tolling of a bell echoed out, like a death knell. It happened so quickly that the leader of the gods couldn't react quickly enough to fight back or put up a defense. The skewer was incredibly sharp and was made of spectacular materials. In the hands of a skilled wielder, it could unleash incomparable power. Most importantly, the person wielding the skewer, though weaker than the god, was not that much weaker than him. And that meant that this sneak attack was all the more effective. Hai's eyes went wide as he looked at Hai's own body underneath the shadow of the red moths. For some reason, that body had no head. God blood spurted out of the neck, like a fountain connected it to the red clouds above. The god's soul inside the body had been slashed by the skewer, cutting it into two parts. The red moths smashed down into the body, burrowing into the flesh and destroying it. And then all of it, including Hai's will and Hai's senses, sped off into the distance. However, what was going off into the distance wasn't the body. It was the head only. Hai's head had been grabbed by someone who was racing away. As Hai's consciousness faded, he finally saw who had grabbed Hai's head. It was a young man in a black robe, splattered with god blood. He had violet hair and beautiful facial features. His eyes were incredibly cold. He was the very same corpse-drainer that he had just killed. "You," he said hoarsely, but an instant later he was sealed. Hai's world turned dark. The battlefield went quiet. Xu Qing, who had just escaped with the head of the altar god, looked completely composed as everyone looked at him. What had been destroyed earlier was only a space-time version of himself. His true form had been in hiding. The gods on the battlefield were astonished. The cultivators were shaken. And then Xu Qing stopped and held up the sealed head. He said nothing. The red glow behind him looked like a moon. Down on the battlefield, cheering erupted. And then the cultivator army flowed toward the gods like a mountain-toppling, sea-draining flood. Chapter 1243, Daughter of a God Emperor. The blood-red glow in the sky was like an aurora as the countless moths swirled about. It was a beautiful sight. Xu Qing hovered in the air, his hair swirling around him, the head of the god held aloft. That image would remain fixed in the memories of all the cultivators who could see him. The battle between the gods and the cultivators had been at a deadlock. But when Xu Qing and the Ascendes arrived, they became a variable that proved to be the straw that broke the camel's back. And thus, the balance in the skirmish was changed, and the battle inched toward a conclusion. The sound of slaughter raged as the gods suffered a major defeat in the face of the cultivator onslaught. Zhou Jingli, Sir Star Ring, and the other Ascendes took advantage of the moment to go crazy in draining corpses. Xu Qing floated down. As far as he was concerned, getting ring source was the most important thing right now. The other group of corpse drainers rushed forth like vultures. About an hour later, the battle was over. The battlefield was covered with god corpses. Though the cultivators had suffered some casualties, it was still a major victory. The gods had been annihilated. The cultivators felt a mix of exhaustion and exultation as they stood amidst the blood and corpses. All eyes were on Xu Qing and the Ascendes as they roved the battlefield, draining the corpses of any remaining ring source. Some of the Ascendes had minor injuries, others had more serious wounds. But regardless of how tired or hurt they weren't slowing down a bit. All were going crazy to collect ring source. This time, the long-scale regiment cultivators didn't interfere. Their eyes were full of nothing but respect for Xu Qing and the Ascendes. Even the old man and the other corpse drainers had backed away to let them take the lead. And thus, Xu Qing and the Ascendes collected the majority of the ring source from the thousands of god corpses. After taking about 80% of it, they stopped. The Ascendes gathered around Xu Qing, and he looked at the army cultivators, especially the leader. The leader clasped hands, bowed, and said, "Many thanks." Xu Qing returned the salute, then turned and raced off into the distance. Zhou Jingli and the others followed. They wanted to make haste to the next battlefield. Letter 1D21, Letter 1D0F, Letter 1D20 small cap L, Letter 1D04 small cap H, Letter 1D00, Letter 1D18, Letter 1D1B small cap RS, Letter 1D00 small cap R, Letter 1D18, Letter 1D1C small cap B small cap LS small cap H, Letter 1D05, Letter 1D0F, Novel Fire Net. The people who remained behind watched them go. They could tell that the 19 of them had baleful auras, surging blood energy, and down to the last one of them were vicious wolves. Ads by Pobrev. After everything the Ascendes had survived, they could do well on their own. But as a team in an army, they were even more outstanding. About half of them were already quasi-immortals, and the rest were extremely close to that point. All had terrifying battle prowess. As a group, they were like a pack of wolves. And as their leader, they had Xu Qing, who was the king of the wolves. Time passed. This time, it was several months. During that time, Xu Qing and the Ascendes continued to collect ring source. They kept busy and got better and better. When they appeared at a battlefield, they used their unique methods to make sure there were plenty of corpses available. Their activities caused their name to spread like wildfire. Eventually, just about all the cultivators in the long-scale regiment's area of operations had seen them in action, or at least heard of this terrifying corpse drainer squadron. There were only 19 of them, but most were quasi-immortals, and all of them had plentiful fighting experience. They excelled at using life-saving magics, and could all be considered unparalleled chosen. That said, they lacked the arrogance common among chosen. They had astounding battle prowess, yet didn't hesitate to use ambushes or assassination techniques, and they were blindingly fast and efficient when it came to draining corpses. They were taking the reputation of corpse-drainers to another, much higher level. As a result, the army cultivators' attitude toward the corpse-drainers in general was changing. As for the other corpse-drainers, they were paying attention to what was happening. Gradually, people started imitating Xu Qing's group. Although not many succeeded, those who did succeed made a big difference. Gradually, more and more people were following in Xu Qing's footsteps. Slowly but surely, those corpse-drainers who followed the new way started becoming so famous that they earned a new nickname. Now they were called Undertakers. As things ran their course, the war in the Eastern Theater slowly headed toward a critical juncture. The grindstone of flesh and blood was moving at such a fever pitch that the lantern drew attention from all corners. Skirmishes played out constantly on the front line of the Eastern Theater. Even the stupidest gods and cultivators could tell that something unusual was going on. Everyone assumed it was the prelude to a huge storm. But in reality, there was another possibility. And that was, without people realizing it, the storm had already passed. In the Eastern Theater of the Fourth Star Ring, where the mutagen was strong, there was a series of planets that resembled statues. They pulsed with incredible holiness as they floated in the starry sky. There were millions upon millions of them. Ripples spread out in all directions from them. Every single planet was inhabited by gods and their subordinate slave species. Also on the planets were huge beasts, evil god faces, and numerous temples, all of which emanated terrifying godly might. The statue planets and the temples seemed to go on forever. Nearby was a majestic, endless river of stars that circled the entire area. Occasionally, tentacles would appear from within it. Chanting sounds from the gods filled that part of the Eastern Theater. This place was a temporary garrison for the gods. And in the middle of that garrison were 9 enormous altars. All 9 were made of countless bones. Some of the bones were just skulls, but there were also bodies with flesh still attached. They came from many species, and while some were cultivators, others were gods, yet others were from the god slave species. Altogether, they created a very sinister and deathly ambience. The fire of the underworld burned on the altars, pale white fire that cast pale halos out in all directions. They were like candles of death, burning silently and without end. The light of each altar overlapped with the other. In the middle of the 9 altars, illuminated by the shapeless, overlapping halos of candle light, was an astonishing item. It was a huge coffin with no lid. The coffin itself was as large as a planet, and inside of it was the corpse of a violet god. This god had 3 heads and 6 arms, and was covered with godly striations that made him seem unusually noble. And that was because those godly striations wrapped around him to form a very mysterious ring. Unfortunately, the ring had gaps. It wasn't complete. If that ring were to be completed, then this god would have been a god lord. Among the gods, this particular god was second only to an actual god lord, which meant that he definitely wasn't some anonymous god. He was actually the commander-in-chief of the countless gods here in the Eastern Theater, a peak true god. But now, he lay in the coffin as a corpse. On the forehead of each of Hai's heads was a ghastly wound that pierced through the soul, destroying it. He was dead. A month ago, a mysterious cultivator ambushed this god and delivered a fatal blow. 1. If Xu Qing had been there to witness the scene, he would have realized the truth. And that was the purpose of the grindstone of flesh and blood in the Eastern Theater, and the lantern it formed, was almost certainly bait for this particular god. The cultivators in the Eastern Theater were the bait, and the lantern was there to provide cover for the assassin. Clearly, the assassination had worked. What was more, if Xu Qing were present to see the marks left by that cultivator, he would find the whole thing very suspicious. If this plan had been successful, then why was the grindstone of flesh and blood still turning in the Eastern Theater? In fact, things were getting more intense. It didn't make sense, unless the assassination of this commander-in-chief was only one part of the plan being carried out by the cultivators. If that was the case, then this plan was definitely, supremely exceptional. Near the coffin, in what had previously been empty space filled only with the underworld light, the terrifying aura of numerous gods suddenly spread out. All of them were very tall, with impressive godly might and extraordinary physical forms. All of them were true god officers among the gods of the Eastern theater. Upon arriving, they spread out in a circle around the coffin. Then they prostrated to the starry sky above. As they offered worship, rumbling filled the starry sky as a rift opened up, as if some immense power had ripped it open. Godlight spread out from the rift. Within that light it was possible to see a magnificent god kingdom, endless universes, and innumerable gods, and all of them were prostrating. As they offered worship, a graceful figure in a long blue gown appeared, slowly emerging through the godlight. 2. Her facial features were blurred, making them impossible to see clearly. Her clothing was extravagant, like all the seas of the fourth star ring combined. Atop her head was a phoenix crown covered with numerous pearls. The crown emitted a sound like a phoenix howling in grief, and if you looked closely at the pearls, they were actually eyeballs. Each eyeball came from a different species, specifically the most beautiful god species. The eyes all blinked at different times. It was gruish yet beautiful. All of it went to show that this was the daughter of a god, someone with incredibly high status. As she emerged from the rift, the true gods around the coffin all bowed to "Your grace, starry eyes." The voice of the gods vibrated in the starry sky. It was as if the natural laws of the fourth star ring were doting on this goddess. 3. The reason was that she was the newly crowned god emperor's only child. Among the gods, god lords were also called god emperors. Her father was the highest-ranking officer in the war between the fifth and fourth star rings, which meant he was comparable to immortal Lord Deepgloom. Normally speaking, Starry Eyes would never have come to this place. But now, the god that had been entrusted with a special mission here in the Eastern Theater had perished before succeeding. And thus, she had to come to use the godly authority of the Imperial clan to bring the perished commander back as quickly as possible. With the godly authority in her blood, she could effectuate the return of a perished true god under her father's command in a much shorter time. It would only take a few months. Although it would come at a price, it wasn't more than she could bear. And that was because it came from the power of her father's godhood. At the same time, she had come here with a mission of her own. Her mission was to stay behind and continue the work being carried out by the perished true god. That work was only just beginning today. Elsewhere at that exact moment, far from the fourth star ring, on the cultivators' front line positions, Xu Qing was draining a corpse of ring source. He suddenly shivered and looked deep into the fourth star ring. He slowly frowned. "Is that?" he murmured. For some reason that he couldn't fathom, he had just sensed something unusual in his heart and soul. It was a lingering sense of fear or a slight trepidation. It was as if something foreordained to occur, something with unstoppable momentum, had suddenly arrived. 1. The assassination was mentioned in Chapter 12:32. 2. This is only the second time in the novel that we have heard about a god kingdom. The first time was in Chapter 1196, and even then there was no definition or explanation about exactly what they are. Given how cultivation novels generally work, I think most of us can guess. 3. The term goddess was introduced in Chapter 1226. As I mentioned back then, it's used in this novel to mean daughter of a god. Chapter 1244. Immortal Lord Deepgloom wasn't lying. All of it made Xu Qing think about the true god he had imprisoned in the green heaven. To mortals, fate was a mysterious thing that could hardly be comprehended. But to most cultivators who walked a path that defied heaven, there was a point in life in which they had to bow their head to fate. When that happened, they would smile bitterly and admit that they accepted fate. That was just the helplessness of life. It was a way to add meaning to fickle reality. There was no point in fighting it. It was better to just acclimate to how things worked. Unfortunately, some living things, for instance gods or immortals, were higher forms of existence. To them, fate was not something mysterious, nor was it something unperceivable. They could see the evidence of fate and could even lift the veil covering it. Some could even tamper with it, making certain things uncertain or uncertain things certain. Back in the fifth star ring, there had been a very famous god known as the god of pain. Bimo C. Though he was not a god lord, Hai's godly authority was special. In fact, it was so special that, if he encountered a god lord in Hai's heyday, that god lord would treat him with honor. That was because Hai's illusions contained truth. That was why, when he encountered Xu Qing during Hai's attempted return, the unleashing of Hai's godly authority caused certain things to change. Right now, the fear within Xu Qing was like the wings of fate flapping. What he had sensed just now, other than something similar to what he had experienced when fighting the god of pain, was an even more important karma. It was an old enemy he was very familiar with. It was his older brother, the crown prince of Violet and Cyan. It was another terrifying entity who also commanded the power of fate. Xu Qing had long since been fighting back against him. In fact, due to a destined opportunity in revered ancient, he had acquired a very similar godly authority. That was his carving knife of fate. It could carve out additional fates and make outside variables become the main reality. It could make fates appear beyond ordinary fate. He didn't have that carving knife with him. He had left it behind with his god clone, back in revered ancient. But the karma was still connected to him. That was the reason for the thoughtful look on Xu Qing's face. He was thinking about the true god imprisoned in the green heaven and the pain he had experienced thanks to Hai's godly authority. His eyes became very cold. I went to the front lines and ran into the daughter of a god. The god lord eventually killed everyone. Is that what happens next? I run into this goddess. His eyes narrowed as a fierce coldness filled his heart. Eventually, he looked away from the fourth star ring and focused on the work at hand on the battlefield. Occasionally, the same sensation would strike him. A month went by. Ads by Pabrev. During that time, Xu Qing went about his usual routine. He drained gods, he worked on cultivation, and he absorbed ring source. His cultivation base continued to climb. He was now very stable in early quasi-immortal. The lingering sense of fear appeared now and then, but he ignored it. He already knew what he would do about the situation. And so, he waited. He was waiting for ripples in fate. He was waiting for that which was foreordained to present itself to him. The starry sky was like a sea, with waves rippling through it. They were caused by godly voices. In the eastern theater of the fourth star ring, important things were still happening in the garrison of the gods. The true name of the commander of the army of gods was repeatedly being uttered from the area of the 9 altars. It wasn't just the prostrating true gods who were saying the name. The life force of all the countless corpses and bones that made up the 9 altars were also calling out. They were all chanting that true name. All of those godly voices gathered around the goddess who hovered above the coffin, whose bloodline power spread out into the void, connecting the ancient to the modern. The higher star ring cherished the ancient agreement, and thus gave the blessing of power that would call the true god back after death. It lit the path, becoming the guide, and opening the barriers. The aura of returning grew stronger. Godly might grew more majestic, slowly becoming viscous, turning into an actual sea in the starry sky. Mutagen and godly authority were turning into a god sea. This was the first step of returning. The commander-in-chief of the gods in the Eastern Theater was truly on the way to awakening. The eyes of all the other gods present were shining. Clearly, it was time to start the second step of the return. However, that was when something very dramatic happened. An ear-splitting boom shook the starry sky. The 9 god altars looked like they might collapse. All of the statue planets and the temples shook violently. It was the same with the river of stars. The true gods chanting the true name of their commander-in-chief, plus the goddess above the coffin, were all stunned. The entire area was part of the fourth star ring, and it was full of dense mutagen. It originally was a swath of pitch black, but now the color white had appeared. It was the momentum of the immortals. It was a sudden invasion. Small cap R letter 1D00 letter 1D05, small cap L letter 1D00 letter 1D1BS letter 1D1B, letter 1D04 small cap H letter 1D00 letter 1D18 letter 1D1B small cap RS, letter 1D00 letter 1D1B, novel F Cyrillic letter 456 RE net. The starry sky was transforming. Anyone who looked up with eyes profound enough to see would be able to spot, high in the void, was something that stretched out over both the fourth and the fifth star ring. Two magnificent entities were there, fighting a battle of momentum. Immortal Lord Deepgloom had played a game piece in the Eastern Theater of the Gods. Because of this immortal invasion, the entire area became like an ink painting. Black and white crisscrossed. Ink flowed. Both sides were fighting back and trying to get the upper hand. As the black and white moved, the ink moved, and the battle status changed. Clearly, this incursion of white immortal energy was the result of a lot of preparation. The instant the barriers of the star ring were broken, numerous cultivators started teleporting, pulsing with baleful auras. In the lead was a grim, middle-aged man who was Immortal Lord Deepgloom's second-in-command. He was the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Theater, Immortal Monarch Silent Dao. Astonishingly, he had come straight from the grindstone of flesh and blood to this spot, teleported along with his subordinates. The moment he appeared, pulsing with a baleful aura, his eyes shining so coldly they could freeze universes, he shot toward the goddess. The gods were so stunned they couldn't react. From the look of it, this had been Immortal Lord Deepgloom's plan all along. The lantern that had been lit in the Eastern Theater was the distraction, and then the mysterious cultivator assassinated the true god, which drew out the goddess. From beginning to end, the goal had been the goddess. Goddess Starry Eyes was the only child of the God Lord opposed by Immortal Lord Deepgloom. She had her father's bloodline godly authority. If he could capture her, then he would gain massive momentum in the war. This was a battle that surpassed any of the previous battles. Over 100 true gods and lower immortals participated, along with countless other cultivators and gods. And things were just getting started. Boundless slaughter spread, shaking universes. As the cultivators launched their incisive sneak attack, a blow to the gut of the gods' army, the subject of the attack, the goddess that Immortal Monarch Silent Dao was after, didn't react at all. She just kept chanting the name of the true god. An instant later, more dramatic things occurred. All of the temples and all of the statue planets, plus the entire star river, began to glitter, sending out beams of golden light. Terrifying pressure built up. The starry sky seemed to shatter, as if some veil were suddenly being forcefully lifted away. A host of spectacular god formations suddenly appeared on the battlefield. There were no less than 1 million of them, and they all erupted at the same time. Godly might swelled. Mutagens swept out. The cultivators who bore the brunt of it were suppressed. Their minds and hearts trembled as blood sprayed from their mouths. Their souls felt like they were being extracted, and massive weight crushed onto their fleshly bodies. In contrast, the gods were bolstered, and their battle prowess improved. The decline of one side and the improvement to the other was obvious. At the core of the 1 million formations was the fallen commander-in-chief of the gods. As he returned, the power of the god formations built up. This entire thing was a trap. The Immortal Lord had been plotting against the God Lord, but the God Lord had used Hai's daughter as bait to plot against the Immortal Lord. Both sides had played game pieces, and now those pieces were clashing. The slaughter instantly intensified. In the very middle of the battlefield was the goddess, hovering above the coffin, wearing an expression of pure calm. Immortal Monarch Silent Dao was racing toward her, but the god formations were blocking his path and preventing him from entering the very middle of the battlefield. Then, the void around the goddess blurred as 3 true gods stepped out. After surveying the area coldly, Thay stood guard all around. Starry Eyes smiled faintly. Not even looking at the battlefield, she closed her eyes and continued to chant the true name, her voice growing continuously ethereal. All she had to do was successfully call back the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Theater. The process of awakening would bolster the god formations, and the cultivators would continue to be slaughtered. And then, when the commander-in-chief woke up, the battle would end in victory for the gods. As the chanting continued, she lifted her right hand to her forehead. Suddenly, she shivered from head to toe. Then her skin withered and her life force rippled. Her blood seemed to burn. Astonishingly, she was paying a steep price to speed up the process. Even if she herself dropped from the true god level temporarily as a result, it was worth it to speed up the return. The sense of awakening from the corpse in the coffin grew more intense. This sudden twist put the cultivator force in imminent danger. Immortal Monarch Silent Dao's gaze turned razor-sharp as he tried to break through the barriers. Unfortunately, the god formations surged, and the lockdown in the central area only grew stronger. What was more, the three true gods standing guard were bolstering the defenses as well, making it impossible for Immortal Monarch Silent Dao to get in any time soon. There wasn't enough time. In her determination, the goddess let her cultivation level drop. Then she spat out a mouthful of god blood, which she turned into a boundlessly mysterious symbol that pulsed with the aura of the star ring itself. It dropped down into the coffin, where it landed on the chest of the commander-in-chief. The moment it landed, the goddess's voice echoed across the battlefield. Return. The starry sky seemed to congeal. Everything turned slow and sluggish, all while a tempest of soundlessness seemed to fill the area. Wind swept from all directions toward the coffin, where it converged on the corpse. The corpse suddenly twitched. The eyes slowly opened. The corpse stood. Hai's massive frame pulsed with a terrifying aura, causing countless life forms to tremble. The awakening was complete. 1,000,000 god formations erupted. Countless gods chanted in godly voices. Mutagens swept across the battlefield, and godly voices overwhelmed everything. The cultivators were completely taken aback. As for Starry Eyes, she stuck up her chin. Her bloodline and status, as well as the help she had provided in the return, ensured that, as she stood there, the commander-in-chief immediately bowed. It seemed that everything was over. But then, just as it appeared that the cultivators were going to experience a huge catastrophe, the black mutagen of the gods seethed. A boundless will then erupted from inside. He's not a... All of a sudden, the god's commander-in-chief shivered. Then he swiveled and thrust Hai's fist out toward the goddess. It was only a single fist, but it caused the starry sky to collapse. Boundless and terrifying power very close to that of a god-lord swept forth destructively. The goddess's face fell, and her pupils constricted, but there was no time for her to evade. It was the same with the three true gods. The development was simply too unexpected. In the blink of an eye, the three true gods were ripped to shreds. That single fist caused all of them to explode, even their god souls. As for Starry Eyes, her entire body blurred, and then it was just barely possible to see an ancient lamp. The lamp went out, and she disappeared. The entire battlefield was thrown into an uproar. Countless gazes locked onto the commander-in-chief, up in midair as he murmured, "God-lamp-life substitution." He looked up. Both gods and cultivators on the battlefield were too stunned to react as he began laughing. Then he began to shine with dazzling light. It wasn't the gold of the gods. It was silver. The light swept out to fill the starry sky. Then a hoarse voice could be heard. "I am the cultivator Spirit Jade." The words struck the battlefield like an earthquake. The gods were stunned, but the cultivators were exuberant. As the words left his mouth, he waved his hand, and the 1,000,000 god formations inverted. Cultivator morale went through the roof. If Xu Qing had been present, he would have recognized that name. It was the name inscribed on one of the gravestones in the heroic immortal tombs in the Nine Shores Heaven Beyond Heaven, 2. Life is like a dream, and time is like a song, and the starry sea eventually comes to an end. I am Immortal Monarch Spirit Jade. I eradicated a true god and drank Hai's blood. I wiped out Hai's mark like the turtle dove occupying the magpie's nest. Let's see what happens in the future. Will it be he who returns or me? If he returns, my corpse will emanate golden light, and later generations can erase the true god from existence. But if it's me, then silver light will shine, and I will slay gods again. Immortal Monarch Silent Dao's expression was calm, as if this wasn't a surprise at all. Nodding at Spirit Jade, he said, "How's that body feel for you?" Spirit Jade grinned. "This isn't the god I slayed, but to bring me back in the body of this commander-in-chief. Well, immortal Lord Deepgloom really wasn't lying when he said he could make it happen. 1. Just like in English, the pronouns are pronounced exactly the same. So in reality, this dialogue wouldn't work when spoken. It only works when you can see the characters. Actually, in Chinese, he and she are pronounced exactly the same as well, as is the other common pronoun it that's usually used for animals. 2. The name Spirit Jade was previously mentioned in Chapter 1202, Chapter 1245. The fools are unexpectedly smart. In the vast starry sea between the 4th and 5th star rings, the void rippled as a huge rift cracked open. 2 figures flew out from inside. They appeared to be a man and a woman. The one who looked like a woman was pale in the face and wore a wrinkled garment that had once been blue, but was now pale. It was as if it had contained a great sea that had dried up. Atop the head of the woman was a phoenix crown, except that phoenix had long since perished, and the pearls made of eyes that had decorated it were as gray as ash. As for the man, he was a decrepit old god whose cultivation level seemed unstable, and who was covered with an assortment of wounds that were in the middle of healing. After emerging from the rift, both the man and the woman coughed up huge mouthfuls of blood. It was golden blood that shed bits of mutagen. The old man looked around with eyes that shone with golden light. Seeing the spreading mutagen, the man lifted a hand and clenched it down hard. The mutagen was erased from existence. The same happened to Thair aura and all other evidence of Thair passage. Having accomplished that, the old god turned to the woman and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Your Grace, Starry Eyes, this wasn't your fault. Clearly the cultivators had planned everything out." The woman was none other than that only child of the God Lord, Starry Eyes, and the man was her Tao protector. Back when Spirit Jade launched his attack on the battlefield, Starry Eyes, 3 Tao protectors had been killed. As for Starry Eyes, it was only by using the life-saving magic her father had given her, the God Lamp life substitution, that she managed to escape catastrophe. Unfortunately, she had drained herself in the effort to bring back the dead commander-in-chief, so her cultivation base had dropped. And so, despite having escaped certain death, she was still badly hurt. If it weren't for the fact that she had a 4th true God Tao protector keeping watch from hiding, who had helped her at the last minute, then even her God Lamp life substitution wouldn't have been enough to save. For her to escape to this location was really a fluke. But though she could accept the drop to her life force and cultivation base, she couldn't stop thinking about that unforgettable scene. It was the moment Spirit Jade's eyes had opened. But why was it a cultivator that came back and not the commander-in-chief? It was a devastating blow to her. Even now, being so far from the battlefield, her eyes were blank because of it. And the war in the Eastern Theater. The old god said, "Your Grace, that immortal was once a peak lower immortal, and is now using the body of a true god in the Great Circle. With battle prowess as terrifying as that, he's basically as strong as you can get without being a god lord." Letter 1D1B High's chapter is Letter 1D1CP dated by NO Letter 2174 ELFIRE net. Ads by Pobrev. With an expert as powerful as that to suddenly show up on the battlefield, well, it's a foregone conclusion how things will end in the Eastern Theater. You really have to stop worrying about it. My injuries are so severe that I could die soon. It's a struggle simply to stay in the true God level. I won't be able to keep you safe for much longer, Your Grace. Right now, we're not in the 4th star ring anymore. We're somewhere between the 2 star rings. Given the immortal energy here, we're obviously closer to the cultivators. That's going to make it even more difficult for us to recover. What's more, it's highly likely that the cultivators will be looking for us. Your Grace, we're going to be facing danger from all sides. We need to stay under cover and be very careful as we travel. Until we get back to the 4th star ring, we cannot reveal our true identities. Your safety is of concern to the God Lord himself, Your Grace, so please pull yourself together. Starry Eyes said nothing for a moment, but the blankness in her eyes faded, to be replaced by coldness. "I hereby promise that if you perish, then after I recover and get help from my father, I'll personally bring you back." The old god nodded in response to her words. Then he closed his eyes, causing Hai's body to flash briefly with golden light before turning completely transparent. That will of transparency then expanded to cover the goddess. The two gods vanished. Days passed. When immortal monarch spirit Jade returned to the Eastern Theater in the 4th star ring, the war shifted into high gear. It was like a huge, swelling wave. Cultivator morale had never been higher. At the same time, the gods were stunned beyond belief. In the past, the gods' ability to awaken from death was a grace shown by the higher star rings. It was one of the main foundations for the power and strength of the gods. True gods never really died. As long as the true name of such a god was remembered, then that god could come back. But what happened in the 4th star ring's Eastern Theater completely upended the gods' perception of reality. There was no doubt that their goddess had been waking up their commander-in-chief, only for a cultivator to be the one that woke up. That indicated that the natural law that was their very foundation had been tampered with by the cultivators. If it happened once, then it could happen twice. And if the cultivators had that ability, then it meant that they had developed providence, which had once been the reserve power of only the gods. This could change everything. It also meant that whenever a true god was woken up in the future, this same type of thing could potentially happen. It was a case of the turtle dove occupying the magpie's nest and completely taking over. The gods in the Eastern Theater were shaken in the most unprecedented way possible. After all, this entire development meant that the supposedly eternal laws governing undying true gods had changed. Considering a cultivator had returned, then, what had happened to the original owner of that god body, the commander-in-chief of the gods' Eastern Theater? Hai's return had been tampered with. Therefore, where was? It was completely unknown, and the gods hated unknowns. Although the event would only specifically affect what happened in the fighting in the Eastern Theater, it had profound implications for the war in general. It was easy to imagine what would happen as the news spread. It would certainly cause a storm through the war regions, and beyond that, the 4th star ring as a whole. And that storm was no less significant than the arrival of a new god lord. Any spectator would come to the conclusion that this entire thing was a plan hatched by immortal Lord Deepgloom. First was the lantern in the cultivators' staging areas. After that was the assassination. Third in line was getting the goddess to come. And then, the goddess was used to awaken the true god, all while a major offensive was launched to distract from what was really going on. From the look of it, everything had been done to make sure that final awakening occurred. Now I get it. On the front lines in the Eastern Theater of the 5th star ring, Xu Qing and the Ascendies had just finished some corpse-drainer work and were stunned to hear the news in a war report. The war report about the events a few days earlier had been spreading far and wide in the Eastern Theater. It explained everything clearly and was really improving morale among the cultivators. It also dispelled a lot of the confusion felt by Xu Qing and the Ascendies. Just what I would expect of immortal Lord Deepgloom, Li Mengtu sighed. He's not someone known to be constantly hatching plots and schemes, but he's obviously clever. And then there's immortal monarch spirit Jade. I wonder why I've never heard of him before. The eyes of Sir Star Ring and the other Ascendies glittered thoughtfully. What spirit Jade had accomplished was unimaginably shocking to them. As for Xu Qing, he just kept thinking about immortal monarch spirit Jade's epitaph written on his gravestone back at the heroic immortal tombs. He did it. Xu Qing was understandably taken aback. However, given what he knew of the gods, he had already reached his own conclusions about the matter. He wasn't convinced that this was something that would happen a lot. It was the result of some very special plans and circumstances. Meanwhile, Zhou Jingli said, if there's someone in the 5th star ring known for plots and schemes, it's immortal Lord Nineshores. I wouldn't be surprised if he's the one that's actually behind it all. What's more, the success of a plan like this surely involved overcoming many obstacles. I'm afraid it's not likely to happen again. Otherwise, why would immortal monarch spirit Jade be the only one to come back? If it was easily repeatable, then why not bring back a whole bunch of cultivators, have them stay undercover, and then launch a one-time surprise attack? But they didn't do that. They only brought back one cultivator. Though we won a victory, the gods are on guard now, and I'm sure they'll try to figure out how it happened. Everyone clearly took Zhou Jingli's assessment seriously. As for Xu Qing, he looked up at Zhou Jingli. The two of them were obviously on the same page. However, the success of the operation also caused Xu Qing to think of something else that was very important. That goddess. Xu Qing's pupils constricted. At almost the exact same moment, Zhou Jingli said, "And why did they want the goddess there?" Sir Star Ring and everyone else just considered the question thoughtfully. In contrast, Hordeslayer and Rampart didn't hesitate to offer their opinion. "You guys are making this way too complicated. Enough with all the jibber-jabber. We two brothers can explain everything. It's simple. Immortal Lord Deepgloom and the other big shots were just trying to get the attention of the fourth star ring. You all were talking about the Eastern Theater being turned into a lantern, right? Well, they just wanted the lantern to shine more brightly." Hordeslayer and Rampart weren't known for being intellectual powerhouses, but their assessment caused Xu Qing to look over at them. Zhou Jingli and everyone else did the same. Hordeslayer and Rampart seemed taken aback. They had just been speaking off the cuff. "If that's the case," Zhou Jingli said, then the ultimate plan for this war must be mind-blowing." Zhou Jingli instinctively looked at Xu Qing. Eyes shining, Xu Qing was about to speak, when out of nowhere, their mission jade slips vibrated. Orders were being sent to everyone on the front lines of the Eastern Theater. All forces will break into small groups and begin a full search of the front lines. Go into all areas, regardless of whether they are full of immortal energy or mutagen. You will search for Goddess Starry Eyes, the daughter and only child of God Emperor Death Departure. Do not use lethal force. Anyone who provides clues leading to her capture will be rewarded with 1 million military credits and 10 portions of ring source. Anyone who captures her will be rewarded with 10 million military credits and 100 portions of ring source, will be given the Taoist title True Monarch, and will also be given a Tao weapon forged by an immortal lord. Chapter 1246. A Wave of Destiny Arrives. Military credits were the main ways cultivators could be promoted in the army, and they were the main currency that could be used to acquire ring source. Although it wasn't hard to earn military credits on the battlefield, it would definitely be difficult to get 1 million of them. Normally speaking, getting that many would involve killing 10 altar gods, or perhaps 1 peak altar god. As for 10 million, it would be impossible to get that many without killing a true god. But now, even just evidence leading to the capture of the goddess could bring in 1 million, while capturing her was worth 10 million. The vast majority of cultivators would find such a reward extremely enticing. That wasn't even to mention the fact that, in addition to military credits, the reward included ring source. Ring source was usually categorized into portions. When Xu Qing and the Ascendees were in the Department of Acquisitions, their mission requirements usually involved getting 100 portions of ring source. Considering that, a reward of 10 portions of ring source for evidence of the goddess was equivalent to 10% of their previous mission quota. Meanwhile, capturing the goddess would bring in 100 portions, which was obviously an astonishing amount. As these orders filtered through the front lines, it caused a big surge of excitement among the army cultivators. Given the ring source reward, even the most outstanding figures among the cultivators were interested. But what was most enticing to the high-level cultivators, particularly those in the great circle of quasi-immortal, was the Taoist title of True Monarch. True Monarch was a title reserved for apprentices of immortal lords. It was a representation of status, resources, and a bright future. In other words, anyone who captured the goddess would gain an immortal lord as a master. Add all of those factors together, and it resulted in 99% of cultivators being worked up into a frenzy. The 1% who weren't very excited by those things were the leadership cultivators who were already lower immortals, or army vassals with extremely high cultivation base and status. Yet, even their eyes were currently glittering, and their hearts pounding. That was because of the final item mentioned in the reward for capturing the goddess. A Dao weapon forged by an immortal lord. It would be a precious treasure that contained the might of an immortal lord. It would be easier to find a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn than a treasure as rare as that. Even lower immortals would find something like that exciting. The end result was that the new orders caused a huge sensation on the front lines of the Eastern Theater. In the blink of an eye, a massive search effort began. All army units and all cultivators, even the corpse drainers, took action. Lower immortals personally joined in the search, but also sent orders to their subordinates to do the same, while also offering their own rewards for those who reported clues. Ads by Pobrev. Xu Qing and the other ascendees were just as excited. That was especially true of Sir Vilespirit, whose eyes were completely bloodshot. The broken sword he wielded was his greatest strength, but it was also starting to hold him back. He had to constantly control it. If he failed to do so, then the blade would quickly turn him into nothing more than a puppet. But if he could become the apprentice of an immortal lord, then that could all change. Li Mengtu struggled to control his breathing. He had long since hoped to get rid of the karma of his master, Poison Monarch, and this mission could be just the opportunity he was looking for. Check latest chapters at novelfire.net. Yuan Su and other ascendees were thinking similar things. Everyone had their own struggles and dreams that they never talked to others about. Now was their chance to fight for those hopes and dreams. Hordeslayer and Rampart were particularly excited. Their thoughts were more simplistic than the others. If they could get an immortal lord as a master, then they could envision Xu Qing groveling in front of them as a result. Even Sir Starring's eyes glittered. This reward was simply too amazing. Of course, the reward also confirmed their previous speculations. This goddess was very important. That much was obvious considering that it was necessary to capture her alive. Zhou Jingli was feeling excited, but when he looked over and noticed that Xu Qing didn't seem to be reacting at all, he forced himself to cool down. But after some thought, he decided that wasn't the best tactic. Everyone, we need to refrain from being impulsive. The thunderous boom of his voice struck the ascendees to the core. They looked over. With a solemn expression, Zhou Jingli continued, "Considering how important this goddess is, it doesn't matter that she's injured. We cannot afford to look down on her. Her father is a god, not just any god. He's God Lord Death Departure. This goddess will definitely have a lot of life-saving techniques to employ, and will have no shortage of bodyguards. Granted, the war reports indicated that some of her bodyguards died, but I refuse to believe that she didn't have backup plans in place. Considering this mission has such a spectacular reward, it goes without saying that it will be very dangerous." Yuan Su and the others considered his words. But Sir Vilespirit's eyes flashed. "That's absurd. We're cultivators, we defy the heavens. Since when do things go smoothly for us? Our whole lives are about fighting. We fight people. We fight the heavens. We fight gods." Zhou Jingli snorted coldly. "We're talking about going up against a true god. If we're not careful, we could all end up dead." Sir Vilespirit laughed coldly and looked at everyone else. Soon, the others began giving their own opinions. It was something they had become accustomed to doing after working together for so long. When facing a new situation, they would discuss all the possibilities and ramifications. In the end, Xu Qing would make a decision based on that. As they discussed whether or not to participate in the hunt for the goddess, Xu Qing looked off into the starry sky. Within him, Little Shadow was sending some emotional fluctuations. My lord, there's strong, very strong perfume." With some effort, Little Shadow was able to share what it was sensing with Xu Qing. Within Xu Qing's soul, he could sense the fluctuations of fate growing stronger. Back when he got the war reports, Xu Qing had already come to the conclusion that his speculations were correct. The scene shown to him by the god of pain was becoming a reality. There really was a goddess on the battlefield. Fate was like a wave, and just as he had predicted, it was bringing the goddess to him. "My lord, not far now. She's hidden, but Shadow's strong senses locked tight." Little Shadow was getting increasingly excited. Meanwhile, Zhou Jingli and everyone else were reaching the end of their debate. How can you practice cultivation with such fear in your heart? It might be dangerous, but if we're the ones who find her first, think of the military credits. This is pointless, everybody. The front lines are massive. The chances of us finding the goddess are minuscule. It's like fishing a needle from the sea. The only way we'll run into this goddess is if it's foreordained. Therefore, all eyes eventually focused on Xu Qing. Even Zhou Jingli sighed and looked at him, his heart burning. Xu Qing shifted his gaze away from the starry sky and looked at the companions he had been traveling with for so long now. I might have a way to find the goddess, Xu Qing said calmly, but people will die. Everyone looked at him curiously. Sir Star Ring gazed at Xu Qing with great meaning. Before Zhou Jingli started down this line of reasoning, I didn't think we had any chance of finding this goddess. But he thinks it's possible, and now you think it's possible. It's my choice how I live and die. If we succeed, we share the reward. Sir Vile Spirit laughed. Same for me. Li Mengtu, Yuan Shensu, and all the other ascendees thought about it and then agreed to join the effort. The foolish but seemingly intelligent Hordeslayer and Rampart had started out very excited, but Zhou Jingli's arguments had been very convincing to them. Now they were hesitating, but everyone else had already agreed to continue, so they quickly transmitted a conversation between the two of them. This Sioux fellow says he can find her. Is he telling the truth or lying? He said he might have a way. I bet he's just trying to show off. He said it that way so that he'll have a good excuse if we don't find her. And if we do find her, then he can take all the credit. HMPH, we can play tricks like that as well. That's so smart, brother. The two brothers proudly agreed to face the danger with everyone else. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Xu Qing's eyes glittered with determination. Turning, he followed the direction provided by Little Shadow. By tuning in on the fluctuations of fate, he shot off into the starry sky. Sir Star Ring and the others followed. Time passed. A few days later, a rather small stellar wind drifted through the starry sky of the front lines in the Eastern Theater. It was full of dust and other unknown particles that made something like a nebula. It was like a long, thin strip, with lightning that crackled occasionally both inside and outside of it. Nebulae like this weren't uncommon in the starry sky. Because of the immense weight inside of it, the inanimate objects would clump together, eventually becoming hotter and hotter until a sun formed. Such nebulae formed when suns died. To a certain extent, it was correct to say that a nebula like that was the final breath of a dying sun. Within this particular nebula was Goddess Starry Eyes, the most wanted subject of the massive search effort. The old god was also there. They had withheld no effort to conceal their auras, and had even used the magic of gods to hide in this stellar nebula. They were actually using that final breath of a dying sun to help recover from their injuries. This magic will conceal our auras, the old god said. This location will conceal our energy. It should buy us some time to recover. Unless a lower immortal actually came into this nebula, the cultivators shouldn't be able to find us. Your Grace, have you tried using your bloodline abilities to get in touch with the God Emperor? Starry Eyes was in the middle of doing some breathing exercises. Not bothering to open her eyes, she calmly replied, I got no response. The old god thought for a moment and was about to say something, when all of a sudden, Hai's eyes flashed with golden light. He looked outside of the nebula. Out in the starry sky, he saw something rippling. Circular fluctuations rolled out as, astonishingly, a host of cultivators appeared. They stopped right outside of the nebula. There they hovered, clearly not intending to go anywhere. There were a total of 19 of them. In the lead was Xu Qing. His eyes glittered brightly as he looked at the majestic nebula. Inside the nebula, Goddess Starry Eyes' chest tightened. She opened her eyes and looked out. Somehow, her eyes met Xu Qing's eyes. The tugging of fate caused Xu Qing's heart to pound like thunder. At the same time, Little Shadow was excitedly shouting within him. God, God Lord's bloodline. Chapter 1247, Kill this person. Everything seemed normal in the starry sky. A nebula that was the last breath exhaled by a dying sun drifted along. Xu Qing and the ascendees hovered next to it. Looking into the nebula, they saw flickering lightning and blurriness. It wasn't possible to see the interior of the nebula clearly. Hiding inside the nebula was the old god, whose expression was the same as ever. Hai's cultivation base had been damaged so badly he had to struggle to remain in the true god level. However, he fully believed that quasi-immortals would be incapable of seeing them in their hiding spot. It seemed to him that these cultivators were simply searching the area. On any other occasion, he would simply kill them all. But at the moment, the best thing to do was ignore them. "Your Grace, these humans cannot see us," he said. The cross-legged goddess Starry Eyes' gaze burned with golden light. After a moment of hesitation, she suddenly said, "Kill them." The old god frowned and turned to look at the goddess. As far as he was concerned, there was no need to do anything, as it would just expose them to danger. But the old god's gaze only caused the goddess's gaze to turn more serious. She obviously knew that staying concealed was the best option. But for some reason, she got a strange sensation when looking at the cultivators outside of the nebula. It was as if failure to attack and kill these cultivators would bring about some sort of deadly catastrophe upon her. It was a strange feeling, and it was extremely strong. Seeing that the old god wasn't taking immediate action, she glared at him coldly. Right now, the old god felt that something strange was going on, but he lifted Hai's right hand and made a snatching gesture. The result was that the nebula that was hiding them suddenly seethed into motion. As the nebula was taken control of, it seemed to become a sea of poison. A wave of dust roared out toward Xu Qing and the others, threatening to instantly engulf them. The shocking power of the wave contained natural and magical laws, as well as unshakable personhood. The void rippled, and the starry sky shook as destructive power was unleashed. The moment the nebula started moving, Xu Qing and the others burst into motion. Heaven's principle glittered as Sir Star Ring unleashed chains of order and the cannon of balance. He was bolstering everyone. A Gruish eye appeared above Zhou Jingli, linking the souls of everyone present so that they could act in unison. Sir Vilespirit waved his hand, and his bloodthirsty, devilish blade shone with red light as it offered a powerful defense. Li Mengtu's poison became a mist that filled Yuanshan Su's heavy mountains. Ads by Pobrev. Everyone else took similar actions. All of the ascendees unleashed trump cards to deal with the incoming nebula. At the same time, the power of Zhou Jingli's Gruish eye ensured that they complemented each other perfectly. Thanks to their training and the ring source they had collected, they had all long since broken into the quasi-immortal level. Combined, they were as powerful as a rocky shoal on a beach, and surrounding them was Xu Qing's majestic and astonishing immortal embryo, and the cannon of spacetime stretched over it all like overlapping cliffs. The wave that was the nebula swept forth with destructive force and then slammed into the rocky shoal. Rumble. A deafening boom broke the silence. The attacks of a true god were incomparably terrifying. Even though this was a weakened true god, this nebula attack came with a peak level of pressure. The rocky shoal only lasted for a short time before collapsing. Everyone was injured to some degree. Some coughed up blood, while others tumbled backward. Despite that, they had managed to defend against the attack of a true god. They were in ragged shape. They were bleeding, and their cultivation bases were in chaos. Yet they acted with smooth efficiency and unleashed various life-saving magics. That said, there was no way they could prevent themselves from being stunned. But what stunned them wasn't the attack. It was that they had really found the goddess. Letter 1D21, letter 1D0F, letter 1D20 small cap L, letter 1D0 for small cap H, letter 1D00, letter 1D18, letter 1D1B small cap RS, letter 1D00 small cap R, letter 1D18, letter 1D1C small cap B small cap LS small cap H, letter 1D05, letter 1D0F, and 0VI. FIRTAP ENET. Xu Qing had said he could find her, but Zhou Jingli and many others had secretly doubted that he was right. It wasn't that they didn't trust him. It was just hard for them to believe it was true. In fact, if the words hadn't been uttered by Xu Qing himself, they would have refused to believe. The front lines covered a huge area, so logically speaking, it should have been almost impossible to find the goddess. But now, feeling utterly astonished, they looked at the nebula ahead of them. As the attack dissipated, everyone realized that the nebula in front of them was now thinner. In other words, it couldn't hide its interior as effectively as before. And now, two figures were just barely visible inside. One was in front of the other. The one in front looked like an old man, seemingly human, with a golden robe, terrifying fluctuations, and a cold expression. The old man stepped forward, and a screaming wind kicked up, filled with howls of agony and screams that could shake the soul. An aura spread out, creeping along and causing the starry sky to ripple and distort. Behind the old man was an illusory temple. It was a dilapidated temple, almost a ruin. And through the broken walls, shadows shifted and writhed, as if some vicious beast were lurking inside, or a twisted monster bristling with fangs and claws. There was a god enshrined in the temple. The god hovered in midair, looking extremely gruish, with spindly legs as thin as tree branches. Its body was twisted strangely, and it had very long fingers that wriggled like worms. The fingernails were as long as needles and glinted sharply in the darkness. It seemed to have been severely injured, as it was twisted up in the most freakish manner. Its torso had seemingly been bent around with great power, while its legs were bent at the waist at a sickening angle, making it seem like they might break off at any moment. The face of the god was covered with black scales, each of which glittered with a bizarre light that made them seem like countless eyes. The mouth was freakishly huge, with the corners reaching all the way to the ears, and it was filled with razor-sharp fangs. Behind the fangs was a blood-red tongue that twitched back and forth like a living being, like a greedy snake that was ready to strike out and lick up all life in front of it. Atop the head grew a huge crystal that emitted a faint light. It was irregularly shaped and seemed to contain endless streams of mysterious, gleaming light. Surrounding the god were faint, violet halos that contained distorted human faces. This was the godhood of a true god. Within it was a godly will that surpassed natural and magical laws. Behind the old god was a young woman who was astoundingly beautiful. She looked exactly like a slender human girl. Her embroidered gown was the color of the deep night, and the skirt glittered with darkness. Every line of embroidery seemed to contain countless anguished souls, and every step she took seemed to cause ghost fire to flicker within the darkness. Her skin was as fair as snow, to the point where it seemed pale, as if she had spent years out of the sunlight, and she seemed extremely cold. Her facial features were exquisite, almost like a statue made by a master craftsman. Yet the angle of her eyebrows seemed to reveal some deep pain or resentment. Then she frowned ever so slightly, seemingly from a profound fear inside of. Her eyes were like deep, mysterious pools of water, while her pupils glowed with a bizarre red light that somehow seemed flirtatious in the darkness. As for her lips, they were a stunning red color, almost as if they were covered in blood. And when she parted those lips to speak, it seemed certain that she would utter a curse that would damn everyone to myriad tribulations. Hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and it was a pale, lifeless, silver color. Surrounding her was a faint mist, within which it was just barely possible to see tormented ghost faces. They had fangs and claws and screamed soundlessly. None dared to get too close to her, but merely orbited her carefully. All of it made her seem extremely beautiful, but at the same time, profoundly gruish. At the same time, anyone in the starry sky who caught a glimpse of her would be stricken with fear by her gaze. She was like an exquisite spirit who had climbed out of the abyss, combining elements of both dreams and nightmares. When Xu Qing and the Ascendees laid eyes on her, their minds reeled. But at the same time, all of them felt the desire to do battle. Sir Starring's eyes glittered brightly. Sir Vilespirit bristled with baleful energy. Zhou Jingli's eyes narrowed. Everyone else reacted similarly. It was only Hordeslayer and Rampart who reacted differently. They were astonished. We really found. Both of them were trembling down to their souls. Xu Qing had remained calm the entire time, yet his gaze, was fixed on the beautiful, Gruish goddess who was emerging from the nebula. Goddess starry eyes looked at all of them before focusing on Xu Qing. Without the nebula in between, their gazes locked, and all of a sudden, the goddess, heart filled with intense fear. Her eyes glittered with blood-red light, and she pointed at Xu Qing. "Cut him down, pay any price." Her voice echoed with uncharacteristic determination, causing the old god's eyes to glitter. He had been her bodyguard for many years and had never seen anything like this happen. After the previous defeat on the front lines, she had been lost, but hadn't acted like this. But there was no time for him to make inquiries. Since he had chosen to act earlier, he now had no choice but to erase all traces of their presence here. As for these cultivators, he would kill them all, and it had to happen quickly. The old god who looked like a human closed his eyes. Behind him, the temple rumbled, and the god floating inside of it erupted with godly might. It sent the starry sky into chaos, ripping the nebula to shreds as the temple appeared above. It went from illusory to corporeal, and it began to unleash a terrifying mutagen. That power spread out to lock down the area. Then the god inside of the temple came out into the open. The starry sky transformed dramatically. Chapter 12:48, Fighting a True God. Xu Qing had encountered true gods before, but this was his first time dealing with a true god in the true sense. Bimo Si, the god of pain, had been returning and not complete. In fact, there were many details about him that had been different from Hai's complete form. For example, Hai's temple, the god inside of it, and Hai's godhood. That god in the temple is nearly cut in half at the waist. That must be the doing of immortal monarch spirit Jade. This god is already seriously wounded. Xu Qing shot backward, but his eyes glittered as he focused on the temple. The other ascendees unleashed their cultivation bases as they also fell back. The temple, meanwhile, rumbled loudly and shone with golden light. Though it was largely crumbling, the godly might from inside was as majestic as a sea. And as the god from inside emerged, intense rumbling sounds filled the area. Mountain toppling, sea-draining power swept out like a storm. The starry sky rippled and the void distorted. Xu Qing and the ascendees were shaken to the core. It was like an instinct from their life force, causing their souls to tremble out of control. Fear took root inside of them on the deepest level. Then a godly voice echoed out. "Terror." The godly voice caused the seed to grow. It bloomed, producing fruit and bringing terror to every corner of their beings. Blood sprayed out of their mouths as bizarre mutations struck them. They grew scales all over their bodies. Their arms became very skinny. They felt their faces distorting, and they sprouted fangs. They were all starting to transform to look exactly like this god. The fruit of terror blossomed within them, causing them to shake violently from fear. It seemed like their souls were being corrupted. If the process completed, they might not be dead, but they would be close to it. And that would be because what was left behind wouldn't be them. They would simply be believers in the true God to possess as mediums. That was the real strength of true gods. The grievous blow landed by immortal monarch spirit Jade, and the suppression by the immortal will in the area put this true god at a big disadvantage. The god was struggling to do this. If he had been dealing with ordinary cultivators, things might have been going better. Hai's weakness wouldn't have been so obvious. Ads by Pobrev. But Xu Qing and the ascendees were not ordinary cultivators. Therefore, the instant that this true god's power spread out, Xu Qing and the others unleashed their trump cards. Whether it was the hypertoxic poison Li Mengtu could utilize after becoming a quasi-immortal, or Sir Vile Spirit's mysterious broken blade, or Zhou Jingli's Eye of Foresight, they let loose all of them in a defensive manner. Sir Star Ring, Yuanshan Su, Hordeslayer, and Rampart held nothing back. They suppressed the mutations. Furthermore, their formation did not falter. They stayed tightly organized around Xu Qing. Each person unleashed a trump card in defense, but not just in self-defense. The trump cards spread out, overlapping and merging together to completely cover Xu Qing. They were like numerous barriers around him. Within those barriers, Xu Qing didn't need to worry about his own defenses. All he had to do was attack. This was the strategy they had devised along the way. Xu Qing was the strongest among them. He was the heart of their team, so they would bolster him. At the moment, their fleshly bodies were mutating, their souls were being corrupted, and their minds were full of terror. But they went all out to form the defenses, whereupon Xu Qing summoned his immortal embryo. It towered high into the starry sky, the Aurora Immortal Palace glittering within it. The immortal embryo lifted its hand and smashed it toward the temple. The starry sky trembled as massive pressure built up. The huge hand of the immortal embryo shot down with astonishing momentum. Just as it was about to hit the temple, the true god emerged from inside. The twisted frame of the god was about to break at the waist, which was a very bizarre sight. The long, spindly arms then reached up, and the god waved a finger in the direction of the immortal embryo's hand. The power of a true god erupted. The wave of that finger caused Xu Qing's immortal embryo to rumble and blur. Mutagen erupted within it, rapidly spreading out. Before the hand could land, the immortal embryo collapsed. The backlash would have seriously injured Xu Qing, but instead, it was split among the ascendees. Blood sprayed out of their mouths, and their auras vibrated. Eyes bloodshot, Xu Qing once again formed his immortal embryo. The true god suddenly vanished, then appeared right in front of the cultivators. That long, skinny finger once again pointed out. A sensation of terror erupted within them, all while the might of the true god weighed down like a destructive mountain. A rumbling boom echoed out. The blood drained from the faces of Xu Qing and the ascendees. They began to bleed as their bodies withered and their souls distorted from the corruption. Follow current novels on Nov.ifire.net. The defenses were starting to melt. Li Mengtu's poison was thinning. Zhou Jingli's eye was shattering. Sir Star Ring's chains were crumbling. Hordeslayer and Rampart were wailing in agony. Suddenly, 2 of the ascendees couldn't last any longer, and the flames of their life force were extinguished. And yet, they held nothing back, tapping into secret magics to last a bit longer. The scene playing out caused the true god to frown. He was actually in very bad shape, and the attacks from earlier had taken a huge amount of effort. Although these humans were not lower immortals, only quasi-immortals, they were clearly extraordinary. The person they were defending had the power of an immortal embryo. If he was at High's peak, he could kill this person easily, but right now, all he felt was a sense of great danger. What was even more important to him was that this fight end quickly. The true god looked in the direction of the goddess, who had been watching this whole time. "Your Grace, let's work together." Starry Eyes lifted her foot to step forward, but before her foot could fall, her eyes glittered mysteriously, and instead of taking a step forward, she actually stepped backward. And then a teleportation portal appeared beneath her feet. The portal activated. Her gaze then fell upon Xu Qing, who was the very person that was causing fear to build up within. Xu Qing looked over with narrowed eyes. He could see what the goddess was doing. "The portal will complete activation in 20 breaths of time." Zhou Jingli, Sir Star Ring, and everyone else reacted with visible shock, just like Xu Qing. Despite the physical pain and corruption to their souls, they were all frowning. Xu Qing sighed softly. So did everyone else except for Hordeslayer and Rampart. The plan they had come up with on the way was to work together to unleash all of their strongest trump cards. They would create a killing move that would only work once. In reality, it would have been best for them if the goddess did join in and fight next to the true god. Then their killing move wouldn't be wasted. But this goddess was very decisive. It didn't matter that they seemed so weak that all the goddess had to do was join forces with the true god, and they would be killed. Unfortunately, she wasn't coming over. The reality was that they weren't faking anything. They were really not going to be able to hold out much longer. At that point, Xu Qing made a snap decision. Killing intent burned in his eyes. His cultivation base raged, and his immortal embryo formed again. And this time, it didn't just have the Aurora Immortal Palace glittering within it. It had an iron skewer. It was inside the Immortal Palace, thrumming aggressively. The canon of all the ascendees bolstered it. Sir Star Ring's order and balance, combined with Heaven's principle, settled onto the iron skewer. Zhou Jingli's eye of foresight flowed around the skewer. Li Mengtu, Yuan Shensu, Sir Vilespirit, and all the other ascendees used their cannon to add their own effects. Hordeslayer and Rampart turned into swords that merged with the skewer. With all of their quasi-immortal might, the iron skewer pulsed with a glow that illuminated the starry sky. And the addition of Xu Qing's immortal embryo ensured that the iron skewer was astonishingly mighty. But things weren't over yet. Next, the green heaven appeared within the immortal embryo. Instantly, the starry sky filled with rumbling sounds, and the true god's face fell. Just barely visible within the green heaven was an astonishing coffin. Inside of that coffin was the god of pain. That god's godly might had already been extracted and put into the iron skewer, filling it with even more heaven-shaking, earth-shattering momentum. At this point, things still weren't over. Xu Qing's space-time canon and overlapping universes caused a host of images to spring up around the iron skewer. And within every single one of the different spacetimes, there was another astonishing iron skewer. As Xu Qing's eyes glittered with killing intent, he waved his hand, and over 100 iron skewers stirred. They pierced out of the various instances of space-time, and then appeared on the battlefield, where they combined together. Over 100 iron skewers merged to make a nail. The nail had the combined power of all the ascendees, including 19 cannons, Aurora's power, and Green Heaven's might. And then, it shot right toward the true god. There was no way to describe how fast it moved. In fact, everyone present saw nothing more than a blur of afterimages that occurred in the past. But what happened in the present and the future was that the nail stabbed right into the true god. It hit him right in Hai's injury, at Hai's waist where he was almost cut in half. It stabbed in viciously. A scream echoed out. The true god trembled as all of the godly might within him went into chaos. Hai's temple collapsed, and Hai's godhood went weak. God blood poured out of him. But he was still a true god. The combined trump card of Xu Qing and the Ascendees was intended to kill this true god, but even though he was weak and wounded, that was no easy task. The only way it might have happened would be if this true god was in the middle of returning, similar to what happened with the god of pain. The result was that this true god was not killed by the nail. However, it did shatter Hai's true god cultivation level. Hai's aura weakened, and Hai's level dropped. Hai's god magic of terror was diminished, causing the mutations plaguing the Ascendees to reverse automatically. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but actually happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Screaming echoed out as the diminished old god glared with killing intent at the cultivators and prepared to fight back. But then Hai's pupils constricted, and he fell back. The reason was that the auras of numerous cultivators were closing in from off in the distance. It was the Longscale Regiment, which Xu Qing and the Ascendees had contacted earlier. They were on the way. The old god rushed toward the teleportation portal being activated by the goddess. Unfortunately, the moment he started moving, Goddess Starry Eyes pointed at Xu Qing. "Self-detonate and kill him," she said. "You won't be responsible for your own resurrection. My father will guide it. That's an oath I hereby swear on my own bloodline." The old god stopped in place. Chapter 1249, Using Fate. The old god had already been badly injured and had narrowly escaped death at the hands of immortal monarch spirit Jade. While escorting Starry Eyes, it had been a difficult challenge simply to stay in the true god level. It was like a dam that had been thrown together to hold back a chaotic maelstrom of water. Hai's actions moments before had weakened him even further, especially dealing with the combined killing move from Xu Qing and the Ascendees. That nail had struck him in exactly the same spot where he had been wounded by immortal monarch spirit Jade, and the reverberations were causing the dam to quiver on the verge of collapse. Hai's temple had crumbled, making it impossible for him to maintain Hai's true god cultivation level. His godhood was fading, and he was about to drop out of the true god level. He was essentially an oil lamp that was about to run out of fuel. What was more, among the auras of the approaching cultivators were lower immortal auras. Given that, Hai's mission was in grave danger. He had originally been planning to flee with Starry Eyes and continued to protect her. But then Goddess Starry Eyes gave orders in her godly voice. She ordered him to die. For a short moment, all he did was look at her, a complicated expression on Hai's face. Gods did not have emotions. He was aware of that, of course. But perhaps because of Hai's cultivation level dropping, or perhaps because of Hai's serious injury, there were fluctuations in Hai's godliness. Because of those fluctuations, he found himself thinking about Starry Eyes when she was a little girl. He had watched her growing up, rising to great heights step by step. He had watched as she became famous. Are these emotions? He wondered. Then he turned toward Xu Qing and the Ascendes, who were racing toward him. Heart filling with determination, he headed toward them. Golden light shone in Hai's eyes, spreading rapidly to become a huge sea. Within that golden sea was terrifying godly might. The old god's mangled body was visible in the golden light, rapidly expanding, growing larger, aura reaching terrifying levels. Scattered bits of deafening chanting rang out that could shatter souls. The sound pushed the golden sea even farther in all directions. These were fluctuations that could shatter starry skies and shake universes. This was Hai's self-detonation. Though Hai's cultivation base had dropped and Hai's godhood had dimmed, he was still a true god. The sound and light was like infinite suns exploding, creating a destructive force that could devastate anything in its path. It was a light that could illuminate the cosmos. It swept through the stars. It enveloped everything. The cloud was wiped out of existence by it, as were all traces of the passage of Goddess Starry Eyes. As a result, nobody present was capable of locking onto her to track. Ads by Pobrev. Xu Qing and the Ascendes raced in the opposite direction, but weren't fast enough to escape the golden light. The light swept over everything. Planets were reduced to rubble. The starry sky shattered. Everything became nothing. It didn't matter that a lower immortal aura swept out from the incoming cultivators, sending immortal power into the area to counter the mightiness of the self-detonation. Xu Qing and the Ascendes were too close to avoid it. It was as if this had been foreordained by fate and was just happening a bit sooner than expected. Xu Qing's heart raced as he watched the color gold taking over everything he could see. He unleashed his cultivation base defensively, sending his immortal embryo out to defend, not just himself, but the Ascendes around him. Everyone joined their power together. They resisted as one. The source of THS content is novel-free, net. However, as the golden light surged, his immortal embryo writhed, twisted, and then collapsed. As his fleshly body began to vibrate, numerous space-time instances appeared, out of which different versions of himself emerged. He went all out to fight back. Sir Star Ring and everyone else went crazy, holding nothing back in the moment of crisis. It was hard to say how much time passed before the light faded away and the rumbling ceased. The golden light from the old god's self-detonation had passed them. The cultivator army arrived. The cultivators looked at Xu Qing and the others with respect in their eyes, as well as shock at the sight of the devastation. The commanding officer was an old man who was a lower immortal. He looked at the spot where the cloud had been, then at Xu Qing. You uncovered clues about the goddess, and then you risked your lives to fight a true god. This will be reported to my superior. All of you have performed a great service. Now go back and rest up. He gave some medicinal pills to them, and then shot off to continue the search. The cultivators under his command gave out medicinal pills as well, then followed him. Soon, everything was quiet. Xu Qing hovered in the starry sky, his clothes in shreds and his face pale. He coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. His fleshly body and soul were weak and exhausted. He turned to look at his companions. Visible on Sir Star Ring's forehead was a magical symbol that was currently fading away. It was a life-saving magic his master had given him. It had obviously been spent and was now useless. He had a host of wounds, all of which were bleeding profusely. He was soaked in blood. Next to him was Zhou Jingli, who was trembling. Black blood oozed out of both of his eyes. His eyes were empty pits. He had been blinded, That was the source of his cannon. Li Mengtu had been ripped in half at the waist and was unconscious. It was hard to say if he would live. Yuan Shensu was in a similar state. Horde Slayer and Rampart were barely conscious. In the end, they had abandoned their fleshly bodies to become immortal swords, and in that way had barely managed to safeguard their souls. Sir Vilespirit had lost an arm, and his broken sword was covered in cracks. He had sustained serious injuries. The other ascendees were all in horrible shape. Some were missing limbs or other parts of their bodies, and most were unconscious and in no shape to fight. In terms of their numbers, they had lost 7 people. Those 7 had been destroyed in body and soul by the golden light. That was the disastrous result of them working together and distributing the injury between them. They had numbered 19, but now they were only 12. Xu Qing looked at the survivors, then stared off into the distance. His heart was ice cold as he sent a message to Little Shadow to have it start looking for the goddess again. He was not ready to give up. Zhou Jingli, who had lost his eyes, hoarsely said, "I said before that this would be extremely dangerous. That was a true god, after all. Were it not for the young lord, we would have lost more than we did. But we're cultivators. We fight heaven, fight people, and fight gods. When we perish, it's simply our Tao being dispelled. When you fight against fate, death is nothing abnormal, and it makes it worth it to die alongside a true god." Zhou Jingli smiled, but within that smile was a bit of defiance. Sir Vilespirit's eyes were bloodshot as he listened to Zhou Jingli. Then he said, "Sadly, we didn't get that goddess." His voice seemed full of regret. Sir Star Ring listened to the two of them. "Xu Qing, you found the goddess once. Can you find her again?" Xu Qing looked over and met Sir Star Ring's gaze. Sir Star Ring's eyes glowed with killing intent as he continued. 7 of us died, most of them miserably. Whether it's for them or for us, I want to catch that goddess. I bet you feel the same, don't you?" Sir Star Ring had noted the goddess's strange actions, and how she had seemingly restrained her own killing intent upon catching sight of Xu Qing. Xu Qing looked over the group. There were only 2 who were in fighting condition, himself and Sir Star Ring. "The true god's self-detonation wiped out all traces of her passage," he said. "She teleported away, leaving no clues behind. Right now, she's too far away for my spirit pet to detect." Sir Star Ring said nothing in response. Xu Qing turned to look off into the starry sky. His eyes narrowed. "But there's something else I can try." Xu Qing pulled out a teleportation jade slip. By making a few adjustments, he transformed it into an entropic teleportation slip. Normal teleportation slips would teleport the user to a specific location, but the entropic variety were random. They would teleport the user to an unpredictable location. How they worked was really up to fate. This was the method Xu Qing was thinking of using. He could not sense any traces of the goddess. However, fate had already brought her to him. So this time, instead of waiting around, he figured he would take the initiative. His eyes glowed with a mysterious light. If fate had foreordained everything, then Xu Qing was certain that an entropic teleportation would get him just the result he sought. With the teleportation jade slip in hand, he looked at Sir Star Ring. Sir Star Ring looked thoughtfully at the jade slip. He asked no questions. He just walked over to stand next to Xu Qing within the range of the jade slip. Zhou Jingli and Sir Vilespirit bowed to the 2 of them. They were not strong enough to participate in the fight that was to come. They needed time to heal. What was more, the unconscious ascendees required medical treatment. Right now, they had to go to the nearest Long-Skill Regiment garrison. Voice hoarse, Zhou Jingli said, "Young Lord Sir Star Ring, we'll wait at the garrison for news of your victory. Capture the goddess." Xu Qing nodded and crushed the jade slip. The light of teleportation spread, covering Xu Qing and Sir Star Ring. Rumbling sounds echoed out. The 2 of them vanished. Goddess Starry Eyes sped along in a black beam of light through the front lines of the Eastern Theater. She wasn't very far from the territory of the gods. She was using special techniques to stay invisible as she traveled. Being so close to the 4th star ring meant that mutagen levels were building. That just made it easier for her to stay hidden. Luck had been with her so far, as the teleportation had brought her to a very fortuitous location. At the most, I'll be back in the 4th star ring in a few days. I just wonder why I haven't received any response from Father. Starry Eyes thought back to everything she had experienced, and her eyes grew cold. She didn't care at all that the old god had self-detonated. As far as she was concerned, that was the most logical choice. It erased all the traces of her teleportation, and might have even killed that human cultivator that terrified her so much. Thinking about that human caused killing intent to fill her heart. Who was he? Regardless of whether or not he died in the old god's self-detonation, she had already decided to report the matter to her father as soon as she was back. She was certain that her mighty father would be able to explain things. With such thoughts in mind, she was about to speed up when, all of a sudden, a tremor passed through her. Then her heart started pounding as a scene played out that made her pupils constrict. Ripples had appeared in front of her. It was the aura of an entropic teleportation. 2 figures materialized. One of them was the very same person she had just been thinking about. Starry Eyes' face fell. Her heart and mind were thrown into chaos, and her godliness even started trembling. Fear erupted within. All traces of her own entropic teleportation had been wiped out by the self-detonation. Theoretically speaking, an extremely powerful expert might have been able to track her down. But even then, it wouldn't have been done with such precisions. And that was especially true considering that it was very clear this person had used an entropic teleportation. It was random, and he had randomly appeared right in front of her. Goddess Starry Eyes felt her godliness falling into chaos. Chapter 1250, Gotcha. Sir Starring had once been the #1 chosen shining star. He had plenty of battle experience, and after teaming up with Xu Qing, he had become a lot less arrogant. He had learned how to be observant, as well as how to identify the strengths and weaknesses of others. In short, he had grown up and become even more outstanding than before. Therefore, as soon as he materialized, he didn't spend time wondering about how absurd it was that they had teleported right in front of their target. He didn't hesitate. After all, this was not the first time something unusual had happened during his time working with Xu Qing. He was used to it. The moment he laid eyes on Starry Eyes, he attacked. He took advantage of her unstable godliness and shaken mindset to unleash over 100 chains of order. Clanking sounds rang out in the starry sky. They instantly latched onto her. The moment they did, Sir Starring's eyes flared with killing intent, and he went into a double-handed incantation gesture. "Balance," he roared. Before becoming a quasi-immortal, his canon had been that of order. But after becoming a quasi-immortal, it became that of balance. It was capable of taking 2 parties with different levels of strength and forcing them into a state of balance. In other words, if his opponent was strong, he could make them weak. At the same time, he would be strengthened. He was going all out from the get-go. He was not holding anything back. Heaven's principle appeared, adding great weight to his balance, and thus, Starry Eyes was weakened. The reason he wasn't bolstering Xu Qing was that he knew Xu Qing was stronger than him. If he brought Xu Qing and the goddess into balance, it would mean she wasn't weakened as much. That was why he brought himself and the goddess into balance. If you considered his canon to be a curse, then he was the carrier by means which the goddess had been cursed. A rumbling boom echoed out into the starry sky as Starry Eyes shivered. She suddenly felt as if invisible bonds were wrapping around her, and her aura was on the decline. It was like being bound by fetters. The sensation forced her to quell the chaos inside her. Reaching up, she unleashed all of her godly might to try to break the balance. Were she at her peak, one word from her could break it. And even though her cultivation level had dropped and she was also injured, destroying it was not going to be hard. But there was no way Xu Qing would give her the chance to do that. The moment Sir Starring put his life on the line to unleash balance, Xu Qing took action. He stepped forth and a will of metal filled the starry sky. A huge tree appeared, and then a massive sea of water spread out. Black fire erupted beneath his feet, hot enough to destroy worlds. It became a black sun. In the distance, earth-colored planets appeared. all of it turned into a majestic star chart. This was the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth belonging to Xu Qing. The star chart emanated spatial fluctuations and then the power of time. Adds by Pobrev. It combined, becoming a destructive mightiness that bore down on Starry Eyes. The danger caused her eyes to glitter coldly. She had no time to try to break Sir Star Ring's balance. Xu Qing's attack filled her with a sense of crisis. As golden light flickered around her, she lifted her right hand and pointed at Xu Qing. Then she spoke in a godly voice. Command the underworld. Astonishingly, her godly authority was that of the underworld. It was the same godly authority as her father, God Emperor Death Departure. However, because her cultivation level was low, she couldn't use the full version. That said, it was still astonishingly gruish. As her finger fell, the surrounding starry sky seemed to peel away. Everything, from the light to the dust, was lifted away, making darkness the only thing in the starry sky. Within that darkness, a chanting dirge spread out, as if from the underworld itself. It was a song of reincarnation. The song drifted, materializing into the form of black strips of paper money. This was the manifestation of her godly authority. It could buy divine abilities, it could buy magical techniques, and it could buy planets. It could buy anything, including life itself. The paper money floated forth to block Xu Qing. When it made contact with his metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, they all vanished in a bizarre fashion, as if they had been bought away. Even space and time disappeared thanks to this astonishing godly authority. They had been bought and taken away. A few pieces of paper money shot toward Xu Qing, while a couple flitted toward Sir Star Ring's cannon of balance. Xu Qing's pupils constricted because of the gruish godly authority. But then the sound of a bell rang out from his hand. The bell hadn't worked very well against a true god, but as for an altar god, the bell tolled, becoming like the voice of heaven. In an instant, the sound reached the paper money, and they vibrated. Xu Qing's iron skewer then swished out. Letter 1D1 B small cap HS. Letter 1D0 4 small cap H. Letter 1D00 letter 1D18 letter 1D1B small cap R. S. Letter 1D1C letter 1D18 letter 1D05 letter 1D00 letter 1D1B. Small cap B small cap Y. Novel Fire Net. Starry Eyes' face fell, and she prepared to launch a counter-attack. But then Sir Star Ring howled. Veins bulged all over him, and blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth as he glared at the goddess. The cannon of balance went wild. An invisible force swept through the cannon of balance and was somehow stripped away from the goddess to pour into Sir Star Ring. As a result, his aura skyrocketed. Starry Eyes was being drained, causing her face to turn pale and her aura to decline. She was already injured, and so her cultivation level showed signs of dropping again. Before, she had been able to stay at the level of a peak altar god, but thanks to this use of balance and Sir Star Ring's strength, she was now struggling to stay in that level. Damn it. Expression flickering, she again prepared to take action. But then the bell tolled, a sound that mixed with a whistling scream. That sound came from Xu Qing's iron skewer. It closed in on Starry Eyes along with layers of space-time. Xu Qing himself was right behind the iron skewer, holding a long spear in his hand. Within it was the spirit of a golden crow, and he was aiming it right at the goddess. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but it happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off a piece of flint. And then the iron skewer was right in front of her forehead. Her face distorted as her god magic was nullified by the sound of the bell. However, she was the daughter of a god emperor, and she had plenty of treasures. The eyes adorning the phoenix crown on her head flickered, then became projections that blocked the iron skewer. A boom rang out. The iron skewer cut through the eyes like a hot knife through butter. And thus, the eyes that had barely survived Spirit Jade's attack now shattered. Next, the raging sound of an unleashed sea erupted as an illusory blue sea appeared. The iron skewer was finally blocked. But Xu Qing was right behind it. His hair swirled and his black robe flapped as the black spear he held appeared right in front of Starry Eyes. The spear stabbed right toward. It was right in front of her chest, just about to stab into her when Starry Eyes' face rippled. Countless striations wriggled across her body, like tadpoles, which then raced toward her face and entered her mouth. Next, an ear-piercing shriek rang out of her mouth that could shatter souls and crumble planets. The sound was astoundingly piercing. Xu Qing's black spear collapsed. Trembling, he used his immortal embryo to block the sound, yet still ended up coughing blood and tumbling backward. Injuries mounted upon injuries. Sir Starring's chains snapped. His balance collapsed. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as the backlash inflicted a serious injury. And yet, Starry Eyes was in extremely bad shape. The sound that had erupted from her mouth was the forced manifestation of true god power. But given her current state, it was like using a strategy that killed 1,000 enemies by sacrificing 800 of your own troops. She staggered back, her phoenix crown crumbling into ashes. Her blue gown was ripped mostly to shreds, revealing the skin beneath. Her cultivation base dropped from peak altar god to mid-altar god. The sensation of her lowered cultivation base left her feeling extremely unsafe. In fact, she was overwhelmed by a sense of deadly crisis. She seemed to be crying out to her father, except there was no response. Her eyes flashed with golden light. Weak, she backed up, having already made a decision about what to do. Reaching up, she smacked her hand down onto her chest. Then she shivered from head to toe as she extracted her own god source. Again, her cultivation base dropped, placing her at early altar god. However, by dropping her cultivation base and extracting her god source, she was able to unleash a trump card. "Bring the underworld," she shrieked. Astonishingly, an underworld mansion appeared behind her. It had carved beams, painted ceilings, overhanging eaves, and traditional crossbeam architecture. The entire structure was covered with carvings of vicious ghost faces, and there was no sense of life at all, only endless, sinister coldness. 1. Mutagen levels suddenly rose sky-high. Gruish figures began to appear everywhere. They had cold, empty eyes, filled with nothing but animosity and hatred for their past lives. Though they could not manifest fully, it made this entire starry sky seem like it was the underworld. This magic, Bring the Underworld, actually summoned an embodiment of the underworld. It could suppress all immortals. It made mutagen paramount. Sir Starring was suddenly like a mortal. He lost his cultivation base, and due to his serious injuries, he passed out instantly. Xu Qing's expression flickered as all of his immortal powers were suppressed away. Using fleshly body power alone, he fell back and tried to do something to recover. As for Starry Eyes, she was mentally exhausted and physically weak, but she was in a better position than Xu Qing and Sir Starring. Given that she was still an early altar god, she was still vastly superior in battle prowess compared to them. "Pitiful bugs," she said, eyes glittering coldly as she walked toward Xu Qing. She wanted to personally kill him. He had been the one striking fear into her heart and throwing her godliness into chaos. She completely loathed him and wanted to destroy him in body and soul. But even as she raced toward him, he lifted his hand to do something. Then, something completely unexpected happened. The surprise on his face disappeared, turning to calm, cold apathy. Astonishingly, mutagen erupted from him. It was Starfear, mutagen borrowed by Xu Qing. He had been cut off from immortal powers, but not this. It flowed through his hand and out into the open. "You," Starry Eyes blurted in astonishment. She wanted to back away, but she was too close to Xu Qing, and her cultivation level was very different from before. The suddenness of the development gave her no time to do anything. In the blink of an eye, Xu Qing's right hand shot out and latched onto her neck. All 5 fingers clamped down with full force, digging deep into her flesh. Godly authority formed a seal. Little shadow became fetters. Starfear laughed softly. Having accomplished that, Xu Qing quietly said, "Gotcha." Starry Eyes was sealed, and her face was pale. But hatred filled her eyes as she glared at Xu Qing and hoarsely said, "My father." "Shut it," Xu Qing interrupted. Face completely expressionless, he tightened his fingers. 1. The type of architecture described here is a very traditional and ancient type. Here are some visuals. Chapter 1251, Becoming Famous. When Xu Qing tightened his fingers, a crisp cracking sound rang out. Goddess Starry Eyes' graceful neck turned purple. The bones inside shattered, and god blood even oozed out of her mouth. The light in her eyes faded, and her aura disappeared as if it had been destroyed. She passed out. However, Starry Eyes was a goddess, and whether it was because of her incredible bloodline or her amazing cultivation base, she wouldn't perish so easily. Besides, a living goddess would be much more useful to Xu Qing. After her neck was broken, the sealing power that had already been covering her rushed inside through her broken neck, filling all of her flesh and bones. The underworld around her and the terrifying underworld palace disappeared. With them gone, Xu Qing's immortal embryo was no longer cut away. As it returned to him, he sent its power into the sealing marks on the goddess. As a result, the sealing grew even stronger. Having accomplished these things, Xu Qing was finally able to relax a bit. That was when Starfare's sultry voice spoke into his mind. Aya, this is a goddess. She's a goddess with a broken neck, but she's still a goddess. Young lord, you have to admit that I've let you give in to your basest desires on this journey. So, could you give this goddess to me and let me teach her a thing or two? Starfare was clearly very excited by the prospect of dealing with Starry Eyes. Little Shadow let loose some eager emotional fluctuations. It was hungry. Xu Qing ignored the two of them, and then his hand, which was still latched onto her neck, erupted with a gravitational force. He was extracting her ring source while she was alive. The unconscious goddess shivered from head to toe as her ring source was sucked out through her neck and into Xu Qing's hand. It was incomparably pure ring source, and even more amazing considering it contained the aura of a god emperor's bloodline. Starry Eyes had previously been a true god, and that meant that she was like an extremely precious spirit stone. So, of course, he would drain some ring source before turning her in. At the same time, he flicked his sleeve to drag over the unconscious Sir Star Ring and delivered some of the ring source to him. As a result, Sir Star Ring's injuries stabilized. At that point, Xu Qing turned and vanished. A few days later, a handful of rumors struck the Eastern Theater in the Fifth Star Ring, spreading like a tempest through all of the various armies. Ads by Pobrev. The goddess had been captured. The captors were in a corpse-drainer squadron attached to the Longscale Regiment. Their leader was Xu Qing. The squadron was under the protection of the Longscale Regiment, who was delivering the goddess to the Red Giant, where the Lieutenant General's headquarters was located. The news was explosive. If it had been a lower immortal who captured the goddess, or some other high-ranking army leader, then the cultivators in the Eastern Theater wouldn't have been so shocked. But the captors were corpse-drainers. It was really astonishing news. After all, the corpse-drainers didn't have a very good reputation on the front lines, and they were far below the army cultivators in terms of importance. But now they had accomplished a great deed. It was puzzling and almost inconceivable. Thus, the frontline cultivators started digging for information about these corpse-drainers. When the Longscale Regiment started answering some of the questions, it led to an even bigger stir. The most update N0 vels are published on Novel Fire.net. The squadron is full of ascendees. Down to the last one, and they're the only squadron that made it through the staging area with their ring source. A lot of them died along the way. They started out with 100 members, but now they're down to only 12. They captured a peak altar god. After coming to the front lines, they became corpse-drainers, and they went onto the battlefield and killed gods to drain them. They're even more accomplished killers than us army cultivators. Some people started calling them the Undertakers. As the stories spread, people began to realize how terrifying this squadron was. And when it became public knowledge that all of them had been seriously injured on the latest mission, and that 7 of them had died, the army cultivators began to revere them. And yet, there was still more news that spread. According to what I heard from Zhou Jingli, who's a member of the squadron in the process of capturing the goddess, they were hit by the self-detonation of a true god. Their captain, Xu Qing, got incredibly angry when he saw how they all got so badly hurt. Apparently, they consider all members of their squadron to be comrades in arms who will risk their lives for each other. Captain Xu Qing was visibly murderous due to their injuries and vowed to get revenge for them, regardless of whether they got the reward or not. Now that is what you call righteousness. That's what it means to take responsibility. Despite being injured himself, Xu Qing held nothing back to track down the goddess and capture her. Tears streaming down his face, he captured her to give meaning and value to those who laid down their lives. There's more. That Zhou Jingli also revealed some things about Captain Xu Qing's very shocking past. This Xu Qing is supremely talented, extremely imposing, and deeply understands the Tao of immortals. He's nothing short of majestic. He was also the first-place ascendee from the immortal capital. Everybody approves of him. Also, he earned the approval of the Aurora Immortal Palace, which has been silent for countless years. Furthermore, when he was working as an acquisitioner, he quelled a prison riot as a mere quasi-immortal, and even defeated a true god that was in the middle of returning. All of his military accomplishments are spectacular. He treats enemies ruthlessly, but treats teammates with kindness and compassion. Those were even more shocking revelations to everyone, and thus, the buzz got even more intense. It didn't take very long at all for literally everyone on the front lines of the Eastern Theater to know about the squadron and Captain Xu Qing. Cultivators used their own means of verifying the rumors, and as people came to find out they were true, people started saying the same thing. This Xu Qing really deserves to get the title of true monarch. At the moment, a large number of cultivators had gathered at a universal teleportation portal that was on the route leading to the Red Giant. They were hopping to catch a glimpse of the goddess, as well as the squadron everyone was talking about. The portal looked like a magnificent immortal hall hovering in the interstellar darkness, propped up by numerous mysterious and glowing crystal pillars. At the moment, it was rumbling loudly. The gathered cultivators' eyes were glittering. The long-scale regiment was on the way. As the rumbling grew louder, spatial ripples began to flow out from the portal, like waves on a lake when a rock was thrown into it. Beams of light then shot forth from the surroundings, like shooting stars. They intersected on the portal itself, fusing together to create a gigantic vortex of immortal energy. Electricity crackled within the vortex as the rumbling sounds reached a deafening level. When the sounds had filled that entire universe, and the light in the portal was dazzling, figures began to materialize. There were tens of thousands of them. It was the entire long-scale regiment. Solemn expressions covered their faces as they quickly fanned out and secured the area. Then, people wearing the Taoist robes of the corpse-drainers materialized. All eyes were locked onto them. They numbered 12. They looked pale and weak, yet every single one of them looked like they had veins of steel and baleful auras that pulsed around them at all times. There was one among them who attracted the most attention, and it was their leader. He was a young man who stood tall and straight, with long, flowing hair and extremely beautiful facial features. In fact, he was so good-looking that many of the female cultivators swooned. That said, he looked cold with a gaze that was downright terrifying. Gripped tight in his hands was a god, struggling to breathe. She looked like a beautiful human woman, but there was something gruish and unique about her. Despite her beauty, her skin looked somewhat anemic, and her expression was dull. She looked almost like she had been drained out. She was none other than Goddess Starry Eyes. Endless ring source fluctuations rolled off her, flowing into the hand that was latched around her neck. The process caused the unconscious goddess to constantly twitch and spasm as if in pain. As the cultivators who had gathered around the teleportation portal saw this, they were astounded. That's Xu Qing. He's extracting ring source. From the look of it, he's been extracting it this entire time. How ruthless. Well, that's just what I would expect of a corpse-drainer squadron. Quizzical expressions could be seen on the faces of many cultivators. It went without saying that this was a scene that they would never forget. This is not the kind of guy you want to trifle with. No wonder their squadron is so amazing. Zhou Jingli, who was standing behind Xu Qing, could sense the reaction of the crowd. He had no eyes, but with his portion of the ring source extracted from the goddess, he had rebuilt his cannon. In a case of profiting from disaster, he was actually pushing his cannon to a higher level. After sensing the crowd, Zhou Jingli grinned. It looks like the news I spread is having the intended effect. Nobody will dare try to take credit for what we did. Also, the young lord's reputation is skyrocketing. The rewards from the higher-ups are going to be significant. In fact, they might even give more than they originally intended. After all, armies need good examples, and the young lord is the perfect example to give them. Zhou Jingli looked at Xu Qing and the goddess. There's no doubt about it. The young lord is incredibly cunning. Extracting the ring source publicly, right in front of all these people, makes it clear to everyone that this is his captive and his alone. That's only going to add momentum to the rumors I started. If I weren't worried about pushing things too far, I could have mentioned how the immortal lords like him so much, and how even the immortal paragon values him. Chapter 1252. 12 Dao seeds deliver a goddess. Countless people were looking at the scene on the teleportation portal. Conversations swelled. And while Zhou Jingli was feeling deep reverence for Xu Qing, the goddess Starry Eyes was feeling a profound and raging hatred. She was gasping for breath and had lost her previous spirit and vigor. And her skin really was pallid, but she wasn't actually unconscious. That was because Xu Qing wouldn't allow it. Given his experience extracting ring source from gods, he knew that keeping their soul fluctuations vigorous was the way to get the best results. Goddess Starry Eyes had been awake the entire time. Whenever she passed out, he would force her to wake up. It was an endless cycle. To her, the journey had been one of unspeakable pain. Considering she had such a majestic bloodline, she had never experienced anything like this, and thus she felt extreme hatred and rage towards Xu Qing. Despite being so emptied and weak, as the crowd looked on, she opened her eyes and glared at Xu Qing. Xu Qing had grown accustomed to that look already. Face completely expressionless, he simply gripped her neck even tighter and extracted the ring source with more force. Starry Eyes trembled from head to toe, as if a current of electricity were flowing through her. It felt like her soul was being ripped out of her, and led to her being even more weak than before. She looked like she wanted to moan in pain, but her throat was clamped shut, making it impossible to make a sound. In that state of madness, the hatred in her eyes became like the vilest of curses inside. If I manage to survive this tribulation, then I'll spend the rest of my life making sure this guy, and everyone he cares about, lives worse than death. Xu Qing ignored her. From his perspective, the most important thing right now was to reach the lower immortal level and then get back to the revered ancient mainland. I need to get my reward for capturing this goddess. This goddess has a unique constitution. The longer I can keep my hands on her, the faster I'll reach mid-quasi immortal. Xu Qing kept a tight grip on Starry Eyes as the long-scale regiment escorted them off of the teleportation portal and into the distance. The gathered cultivators watched them go. They're Dao seeds, all of them. They've been sharpened on the grindstone and have performed amazing services. They're definitely going to fly to the highest heights. Adds by Pobrev. That's especially true of that Xu Qing. It won't be long before his name is known throughout the entire 5th star ring. People felt all sorts of emotions, from admiration to jealousy. As for Xu Qing, he put it all behind him with the flick of a sleeve. In that manner, time passed. Half a month later, the long-scale regiment had escorted Xu Qing and the Ascendees through the Sea of Stars to the front lines headquarters of the Eastern Theater. It was the gigantic crimson star that hung in the starry sky. From a distance, it almost looked like the bloody eye of a god, looking down on the universe. Even though Xu Qing had been here before, it was still shocking to look at. It was simply enormous, like a gigantic ball of fire burning in the middle of the universe, letting off scalding waves of light. Its glow could penetrate endless darkness and gloom, making it the most eye-catching thing in the starry sky. The long-scale regiment only escorted them so far. When it came time for Xu Qing and the Ascendees to part, the long-scale cultivators solemnly bowed to Xu Qing. Xu Qing returned the salute. The mission was over, and it was time to make their report. Turning, he shot into motion toward the red giant, followed by Sir Star Ring and the others. As they approached, they saw the roiling sea of flames and the intense heat that caused clouds to seethe around it. In the past, Xu Qing's cultivation base and perceptions had been very different. So this time he sensed something he had not sensed before. It was a heartbeat that existed on the level of cannon. It sounded like ancient drums thumping within the sea of flames. Thump, 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 thump. It was as if the star was a living thing. At any moment, it could unleash a raging blood-red tide that could sweep over an entire star domain and turn it into dust. Stunned, Xu Qing stopped in place. Behind him, the Ascendees' hearts were pounding. At the same time, an extremely ancient voice spoke, as if it were brought by a wind from the ancient past. You did well. As the voice spoke, a solar flare erupted in front of Xu Qing and the Ascendees, becoming a brilliant light that illuminated everything in the area. It was like a blazing fire in the middle of the universe. Within the sea of light, 100,000 silver eyes with vertical pupils opened up. Astonishingly, each of those pupils contained a reflection of the violent clash between the Ascendees and the goddess. It was like an overview of the entire event. Several breaths of time passed, and then the images faded. The 100,000 eyes focused on Xu Qing and the Ascendees. Then they looked at Goddess Starry Eyes, gripped in Xu Qing's hand. A majestic force then locked onto the goddess. Xu Qing released his grip, and Starry Eyes was dragged into the sea of light, where she vanished. Xu Qing couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret in his heart. He hadn't finished extracting all the ring source. Though it had seemed like the process was going quickly, he had actually been trying to draw the journey out to have more time. The goddess, ring source, really was different from that of other gods. Though it wasn't literally endless, it would begin to renew itself each time it seemed like it was about to run out. Though the overall quantity was smaller each time it happened, it was still incomparably pure. If I could have absorbed it for a bit longer, I could probably break through. Though he was sighing inside, he also knew that immortal Lord Deepgloom needed the goddess a lot more than he did. So he suppressed his disappointment. Thinking about the reward for accomplishing the mission, he bowed deeply. The other Ascendees did the same. A moment later, the ancient voice spoke again. The reward for finding clues leading to the capture of the goddess was 1 million military credits and 10 portions of ring source. The reward for capturing the goddess was 10 million military credits and 100 portions of ring source. You people not only found clues, you also captured the goddess. It can be considered an amazing service. Everyone was starting to get excited. Xu Qing, the voice said. Xu Qing solemnly took a step forward. 100,000 eyes looked at him from within the sea of light. In short order, when I deliver this goddess to immortal Lord Deepgloom, I will submit your official application for the Taoist title of True Monarch, as well as your Tao weapon. Do you have any requirements for the Tao weapon? Xu Qing thought about it for a moment, his eyes glittering. Then he clasped hands. Your humble servant would like to request a Tao weapon designed for slaughter. It can be done. I'll deliver it personally. The reward will be delivered within 7 days. You can wait in the flame pagodas here. This star naturally accumulates ring source, so make good use of it while you can. The voice faded away. The 100,000 silver eyes closed, and moments later, the sea of light disappeared. At the same time, 12 pagodas made of lava rose up in the area. The flame pagodas emitted constant pulses of ring source that caused the cannon of Xu Qing and the Ascendees to ripple. Sir Star Ring, Zhou Jingli, and all the others were visibly moved. According to what I heard recently, Zhou Jingli said, this red giant was made using the skulls and god blood of a number of true gods that immortal Lord Deepgloom slaughtered years ago. He also put some of his own canon into it. Even a lower immortal who practices cultivation here would benefit greatly. Because the star is unstable, no one is permitted to stay here except by invitation. Xu Qing nodded. He looked at the Ascendees, and it was plain to see how difficult this mission had been for all of them. With a serious expression on his face, he bowed to them. I can't share the title of true monarch, but I can share all the other rewards, including the ring source and the military credits. As for the Immortal Lord's Dao weapon, though it's being given to me, it can be our communal property. Zhou Jingli looked back at him solemnly. Sir Star Ring said nothing. Li Mengtu grinned, and Sir Vilespirit cleared his throat. Yuansh and Su looked down. The others reacted similarly. They all bowed back. Hordeslayer and Rampart seemed somewhat excited, as if having Xu Qing bow to them was a reward in and of itself. After that, Xu Qing turned and entered his flame pagoda. Everyone else entered their own respective pagodas to start working on cultivation, and that was how the days passed. As they waited for their reward, and as the goddess was delivered to Immortal Lord Deepgloom, the black and white color that was superimposed over the battlefield of the 4th and 5th star rings constantly shifted. It was clear that the white color that represented the immortals was advancing, while the black mutagen was falling back. The change affected the front lines in all the theaters of war. Clearly, the cultivators had gained the upper hand. The deadlock between God Emperor Death Departure and Immortal Lord Deepgloom had been broken. Two majestic figures within the black and the white were looking at each other. And then a voice spoke. Deepgloom, you should know that if I lose control of the front lines, then this war will reach another level. It will be a battle between a god paragon and an immortal paragon. Are you people ready for that? In the middle of the 4th star ring, far from the battlefield, the mutagen levels were very high. On the edge of the starry sky there, a god flew along, with an ancient aura and a physical frame as large as an asteroid. He was panting for breath, and had nearly passed out. He seemed almost to be moving forward on instinct alone. He was moving in a very specific direction, as if he was being drawn there. Perhaps he was returning there. Inside of that god, where the heart had once been, there was an empty cavity in which two people sat cross-legged. One was a man, the other was a woman. At a certain point, the woman opened her eyes, cast her senses outside, and then spoke in a soft voice. We're almost there, husband. The man opened his eyes and nodded. The lantern on the front lines really did attract a lot of attention. Unfortunately, we need to stay even more hidden going forward. For more chapters, visit novelfire.net. Were Xu Qing present, he would recognize these two people instantly. They were young Lord Aurora and his Taoist partner, Immortal Fairy Spirit Phoenix. Chapter 1253, True Monarch Green Aurora. 6 days flew by in a flash. As the day the Lieutenant General had mentioned approached, Xu Qing and the Ascendees worked on their cultivation in their respective flame pagodas. The ring source gathered by the Red Giant wasn't as pure as that from the goddess, but was still very beneficial as they healed from their injuries. In the 6 days that passed, most of them ended up recovering fully. Xu Qing was particularly benefited. The ring source from the Red Giant was of great help in pushing his immortal embryo toward completion. It formed a great complement to the ring source he had collected from the goddess, making it easier to absorb. The advancement of his immortal embryo put him on the very cusp of mid-quasi-immortal. As it turns out, cultivation on the battlefield really is more efficient. Inside the flame pagoda, Xu Qing opened his eyes. They glowed as if heavenly bodies swirled within them, making him seem extraordinarily refined. Combined with his extraordinary good looks, he really embodied the spirit of what it meant to be an immortal. Sadly, this ring source is too placid. If I didn't have the purer kind from the goddess to balance it out, it wouldn't be as good for healing purposes. Xu Qing still regretted not being able to make better use of the goddess. It wasn't that he had never harvested ring source from a true god before. In fact, he currently had a true god in his heaven beyond heaven, and he would occasionally extract ring source from it. But Starry Eyes, ring source was just much more pure. The daughter of a god emperor, the blood of a god lord, they're really extraordinary. Just thinking about extracting ring source from that goddess caused Xu Qing to lick his lips. That pure level of ring source was really perfect for him. It could even be called incomparable. Unfortunately, he had already turned the goddess in for the mission, So all he could do was suppress his disappointment and settle down to work on his cultivation. But right then, a solar flare erupted on the red giant. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out as the boundless sea of light swept out to cover the entire star, sending out infinite glowing light. That light swept over Xu Qing's flame pagoda, and after it was gone, so was the pagoda. A boundless power swept through the sea of light, causing a huge silver eye to appear right in front of Xu Qing. The eye opened. Trembling, Xu Qing stood, his expression solemn as he bowed to the silver eye. "Well met, Lieutenant General." Ads by Pobrev. The silver eye regarded Xu Qing for a moment, and then that most ancient voice echoed within the sea of light. "Here is your reward." As the voice drifted out, 10 pieces of glittering jade drifted out, rectangular in shape and glowing with light. There was also a medallion with military credits in it. The 10 pieces of jade pulsed with ring source, and their swirling light made them look like jewels. The military credit medallion looked ordinary in nature, but its contents were astonishing. "This is the reward for providing clues leading to the capture of the goddess. 10 portions of ring source and 1 million military credits." Next came 100 pieces of jade and 10 military credit medallions. The contrast between the first reward and the second was clear, and the latter simply pulsed with dazzling, multicolored light. If these items were displayed in public, they would cause countless cultivators to go crazy with longing. "This is the reward for capturing the goddess alive." Xu Qing looked at it all, his eyes glittering. Forcing himself to remain calm, he stood there quietly. "As for the title of true monarch," the silver eye suddenly seemed to become more solemn, "there are some things you need to understand. Apprentices of immortal lords are true monarchs. Here in the 5th star ring, the Tao of Immortals was established by the immortal paragon. By refining countless gods into spirit lineaments and natural law, destiny aura was formed. The immortal paragon enjoys 50% of the destiny aura, while the 11 immortal lords have 40%, and the true monarchs get the remaining 10%. Those who use destiny aura are blessed by the destiny aura and receive the protection of the star ring." Xu Qing's gaze sharpened. He had known about true monarchs being the apprentices of immortal lords, but he didn't know very much about destiny aura, so this new information was intriguing. The ancient voice spoke again, and this time it boomed like thunder. "Xu Qing, this crystal has been provided to you by immortal Lord Deepgloom. It was formed from the destiny aura of the 5th star ring. Imprint it with divine will, and the star ring itself will bless you with a name." Golden threads emerged, combining in front of Xu Qing to form a fingernail-sized golden crystal. It looked similar to the godhood of true gods that Xu Qing had seen, but there were some differences. Xu Qing instinctively looked at it, and the moment he did, he felt like he could see the entire 5th star ring spinning. He saw infinite universes, boundless starry skies, and numerous heavens beyond heaven. He was just about to put his mark on the crystal when all of a sudden, within the 5th star ring inside the crystal, next to the 11 active heavens beyond heaven, light glittered brightly. It came from what had once been the aurora heaven beyond heaven. The word green was forming there. Green light erupted from it, sweeping across universes. The silver eye uttered an expression of surprise. Is the issue of Aurora Heaven's title being settled now? Xu Qing looked dazed when he finally cleared his head. He saw that there was an additional word on the crystal. Green. Upon seeing that word, it was as if countless species had joined voices to speak a title that echoed in Xu Qing's ears. True Monarch Green Aurora. It was closely linked to Xu Qing's providence. At that moment, Xu Qing felt a close connection to the 5th star ring appear within himself. He was now more closely linked to the 5th star ring than ever before. Now, wherever he went, he knew that he would be able to sense the 5th star ring calling to him. This is destiny aura, Xu Qing thought. At the same time, his cultivation base received an augmentation from the destiny aura of the 5th star ring, causing him to instantly achieve a breakthrough. Rumbling sounds filled him as his immortal embryo appeared behind him, towering over the red giant. Instantly, a tempestuous vortex formed, as an immortal will glittered into the starry sky. Just like the tempest, his cultivation base raged to new heights. He instantly broke past the limits of early quasi-immortal and entered mid-quasi-immortal. The moment he entered mid-quasi-immortal, he could sense immortal energy as vast as a sea roiling within him. His hair whipped about, and the pressure he radiated vastly surpassed anything from before. Just barely, he could sense an immortal reserve within him. That immortal reserve was the foundation upon which to control his own fate. As of that moment, Xu Qing's eyes started shining with silver light. That was one of the hallmarks of immortals. After Xu Qing was bolstered by the destiny aura, achieving a cultivation base breakthrough, it became possible to see a figure clad in a Taoist robe, standing in the huge silver eye in front of him. It was a middle-aged cultivator who seemed threatening without being angry. His Taoist robe was blue, he pulsed with an immortal energy, and his eyes seemed to contain universes and star domains. He was the Lieutenant General of the Eastern Theater. He stepped out into the open and stood in front of Xu Qing, looking at him with glittering eyes. Xu Qing took a deep breath to calm himself, then prepared to bow. The Lieutenant General shook his head and sent out a gentle force that prevented Xu Qing from bowing. "You have the title True Monarch. If you were a lower immortal, I would need to bow to you. And even though you're not a lower immortal yet, we have equal status, so there's no need for you to bow. When you eventually leave this battlefield, you will be able to select an immortal lord as your master." Xu Qing knew that he should follow the rules of the 5th star ring, so he made no further attempt to bow. However, he still made a sincere expression of gratitude. "Many thanks for your support and guidance, Lieutenant General. I, Xu Qing, will never forget it." The Lieutenant General nodded approvingly. "You earned it and deserve it. Now we come to the final reward for capturing the goddess, the Immortal Lord's Tao weapon." Xu Qing's eyes glittered. This was what he had been waiting for this entire time. The ring source and the military credits would be useful, but things like that could be acquired by other means. Even the title of True Monarch was really just a change in status. What Xu Qing cared the most about right now was battle prowess, and the Tao weapon of an immortal lord would definitely improve his battle prowess and make him more lethal. Follow current novels on Novel FireNet. When the Lieutenant General saw how focused Xu Qing was on the Tao weapon, he smiled faintly. With the wave of his hand, he sent a host of silver streams of light flying out of his sleeve and up into the void overhead. Xu Qing's pupils constricted as he looked up. The silver threads entered the sea of light above. A brief rumbling sound echoed out, and then some red dots appeared above. The red dots seemed to blossom, turning into a host of red flowers. Finally, they combined, seemingly filling the entire sea of light until the dome of heaven was the color of blood. Immense pressure seemed to form above, and then rifts began to open up. Gradually, the rifts connected and combined, creating a huge, irregularly shaped opening. It snaked through the canopy of heaven for over 3 million meters. Blood-red mist poured down from it like a waterfall. Within that turbid wave of mist was a blade of bone, ghastly white and pulsing with fiendishness. It looked like an inverted crescent moon, shining like blood. It was covered with countless inscriptions that seemed natural, but at the same time, the work of craftsmanship. Maybe they were both one. As the blade descended, the sea of light in the area shrank down and formed into a vortex. What was especially bizarre was that the spatial rifts that had opened up, upon being filled with the bright red light of the blade, seemed to transform into thousands upon thousands of writhing karma threads. Their interactions became restraining magical law that controlled the blade light, making it a deadly arc that could sever reincarnation itself. This blade was used by Immortal Lord Deepgloom after he and other Immortal Lords joined forces to slaughter the last God Lord in the 5th star ring. It's a precious treasure made from the fingernail of that God Lord. That God Lord's godhood was that of slaughter, and thus, this blade can unleash astonishing levels of slaughter. It seemed like the blade could hear his words. As it descended, it vibrated and released a thrumming sound. That mere thrumming sent all starlight tumbling away from it. The sound summoned countless discarnate souls that the blade had destroyed, and they materialized around it like an army of demonic monsters. However, they didn't dare to wail or howl. They turned into a mottled fog of blood that surrounded the blade. The edge of the blade sliced space as it passed, leaving behind wounds like those inflicted by a ravenous animal. This was the Dao weapon of an immortal lord. Xu Qing was astonished. Acting on instinct, he reached out to grab the blade. The moment his hand closed around the hilt, he felt like he could hear gods howling in the starry sky, a sound which could pierce through all universes. All of a sudden, Xu Qing's view of the world became the color of rust. A terrifying aura spread out that caused his scalp to go numb. You have been given all of your rewards. Half a month from now, an important event will take place. According to the treaty that has been agreed upon between God Lord Death Departure of the Fourth Star Ring and Immortal Lord Deepgloom, there will be a hostage exchange. Since you were the one to capture the goddess, the Immortal Lord has decreed that you will be the one to hand her over, Xu Qing. It will happen on the front lines of the Eastern Theater, and my entire army will be there to keep you safe. 1. The characters used to describe this blade are often rendered as machete or scimitar. They literally just mean curved blade, although they could also be rendered in other ways, such as crooked blade or even bent blade. Considering the description of it being like an inverted crescent moon, I feel like it's supposed to be something akin to a sickle or falx as opposed to a straight-bladed weapon. Here are some examples of what I mean. There is never a super clear description, though so in the end, it's up to your imagination. That said, minor spoilers. Later descriptions indicate that the blade is only about 5 inches long, so using something like scimitar or machete doesn't seem appropriate. Because of that, I'm going to render it as blade, or occasionally curved blade as a reminder of its shape. Chapter 1254, The Nightmare Before the Storm. God Emperor Death Departure and Immortal Lord Deepgloom had agreed to a hostage exchange treaty. That was not something Xu Qing had anticipated would happen, much less that the Immortal Lord would assign him to be the escort. Read full story at novelfire.net. As the Lieutenant General explained things, a thoughtful look appeared in Xu Qing's eyes. Previously, he had come to the conclusion that the goddess was important because of the blood of the imperial clan that ran in her veins, and how it contained the godhood power of her father, God Emperor Death Departure. Capturing her could give the Immortal Lord a much deeper understanding of how to deal with Death Departure's godhood. By extension, that would enable him to gain an advantage in the war. But now, the goddess was being returned. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. He gripped the blade as he listened to the Lieutenant General. When it was appropriate for him to speak, he said, "Lieutenant General, is there any chance you know why the exalted Immortal Lord has agreed to a hostage exchange with the God Emperor?" The Lieutenant General glanced out at the starry sky briefly. "Because God Emperor Death Departure made a few concessions that we 5th Star Ring cultivators simply couldn't reject." Xu Qing was instantly curious about what sort of concessions could have been offered that were impossible to reject, and would even prompt the Immortal Lord to give back Goddess Starry Eyes. "To begin with," continued the Lieutenant General, "God Emperor Death Departure offered to return 5 lower immortals who were captured by the 4th Star Ring but not killed. That was the first concession. Of those 5 lower immortals, one was Immortal Lord Deepgloom's last apprentice, who had patrolled the border with him for 10,000 years. He performed astounding services on the battlefield and specialized in assassinations. Several years ago, the gods laid a cunning trap that resulted in his capture. All attempts to rescue him failed, and he suffered years of torture. The other 4 aren't as important, but have still performed amazing services for the 5th Star Ring. All of them were doomed to be tortured to death, but now we have a chance to get them back. So that's the first concession offered by God Emperor Death Departure. But there's a second concession, and as I said, the 5th Star Ring simply couldn't reject it. Even the Immortal Lord fully approved. It's a roaming universe." The Lieutenant General's eyes gleamed as he looked at Xu Qing. "You're an Ascendi, so though you know a bit about history, your understanding is not comprehensive. Countless years ago here in the 5th Star Ring, during the war between cultivators and local gods, the fighting was intense. The slaughter that was carried out shook the heavens and toppled the earth. In the end, the immortal paragon and the god paragon fought each other, and it nearly destroyed the fifth star ring. Many starry skis were ripped out of place and turned into roaming universes that left the fifth star ring. Years later, the immortal lords were given a mission to go out, find the roaming universes, and bring them back. The ultimate goal was to make the fifth star ring whole again. If the fifth star ring were whole, then the natural and magical laws, as well as the destiny aura, would reach the ultimate peak. Over the years, most of the roaming universes have been found and brought back, but the biggest of them all has been missing the entire time. Because of that, the fifth star ring has never truly been complete. Ads by Pobrev. God Emperor Death Departure's second concession is to return that final roaming universe. If we get it, then the fifth star ring will finally be whole. The natural and magical laws will be complete, and the destiny aura will flourish. It will benefit all living beings. Now, do you really think we could reject an offer like that? The Lieutenant General looked at Xu Qing. Xu Qing was visibly moved, and then a seemingly outrageous thought occurred to him. Don't tell me that the immortal lord knew all along that God Emperor Death Departure had the roaming universe, and that's why he captured Goddess Starry Eyes. The Lieutenant General's eyes glittered with profound light, but he didn't answer the question. Instead, he lifted his hand to reveal a silver jade stone. It radiated scintillating light, as well as a robust immortal energy. Just barely visible within the jade stone was some sort of mysterious bubble. When Xu Qing laid eyes on the bubble, he shivered from head to toe. He felt his cannon stirring, as well as his immortal embryo. It was as if that bubble contained the boundless will of the entire fifth star ring. The destiny aura he had acquired seemed to thrum in resonance with it. Is that, Xu Qing whispered. This is a fifth ring immortal pill. Because it's so closely linked to destiny aura, only true monarchs can be given them. If an ordinary cultivator consumed it, they would die. But a true monarch can use it to increase their chances of successfully breaking through to lower immortal. The immortal lord will give this pill to you as a reward after you successfully escort Goddess Starry Eyes to the handover. Xu Qing looked at the jade stone and struggled to control his breathing. He could feel the destiny aura within him resonating and felt his immortal embryo trembling. All of that made it very obvious that this pill would be very useful to him. The Lieutenant General was still talking, and his voice seemed to be tinged with a bit of regret. Xu Qing, immortal Lord Deepgloom, cares a lot about you. The army will be present during the handover, and the immortal lord will be closely observing. So you shouldn't be in much danger. In fact, for all intents and purposes, the hostage exchange could be handled by anybody. What's more, regardless of who does it, they'll receive the gratitude of the 5 lower immortals who are getting back. Having good relationships like that will vastly improve the reputation of anyone and will make that person the envy of the entire army. After this matter, you will have the qualifications and experience necessary to lead an entire army. The Lieutenant General waved his hand, sending the jade stone flying over to Xu Qing. It stopped in front of him and hovered there. Xu Qing looked at it, then took a deep breath and said, "The immortal lord's orders are understood and will be followed." The Lieutenant General nodded, and without another word, he turned and walked into the silver eye. The eye glittered and the sea of light vanished. Everything went back to normal. Xu Qing was back inside the flame pagoda, as if nothing at all had just happened. The eye vanished. However, the silver jade stone remained behind, glittering brightly in front of him, pulsing with ring source and a strong immortal energy. Xu Qing just stood there for a moment, analyzing the pros and cons. This is not something that happened in the illusion created by the god of pain. The hostage exchange seems reasonable, but he got the feeling things weren't so simple. Whether it was the immortal lord's scheme, or the deal to return the roaming universe, or everything that led up to the moment, everything just seemed to have gone too smoothly. In fact, it's going so smoothly that it almost seems like God Lord Death Departure is taking the initiative to cooperate. That possibility caused Xu Qing's pupils to constrict. Considering this is a god lord, I could see him being in a passive position occasionally. But for him to constantly be in the passive position seems very unusual. Xu Qing frowned. That said, someone with an immortal lord cultivation base would see and know things that he himself couldn't comprehend. When he thought back to the momentum of the war and considered what an immortal lord could do, he had to admit there was the possibility he was overlooking something. So if both sides are in on this thing, what is the ultimate point? Even after thinking about it for a while, Xu Qing couldn't come up with a good theory. He looked at his reward items, then settled his thoughts and sent a message via divine will to Sir Star Ring and the others. Before long, the various Dao seeds opened their eyes and emerged from their flame pagodas. Full of anticipation, they proceeded to Xu Qing's flame pagoda. Upon entering, they saw the reward items. Sir Star Ring and Zhou Jingli were the most experienced and knowledgeable, and they looked dazed. This is the ring source and the military credits delivered by the Lieutenant General, Xu Qing said. They had already agreed how to split up the rewards. Because Xu Qing had led the search and been the one to actually capture Goddess Starry Eyes, he got 40%. Sir Star Ring had participated in the final fight, so he got 10%. The remainder was split between the other 10 ascendees. That was the arrangement for both ring source and military credits. After the rewards were distributed, everyone left, their hearts filled with excitement. Nobody had any misgivings about Xu Qing getting the biggest share. Having worked so closely with him for so long, they knew that it was only his battle prowess that had brought them to this point. Xu Qing also felt that the split was fair. Without the help of the other ascendees, it would have been impossible for him to defeat the true god and capture Goddess Starry Eyes. After they were done splitting the rewards, Xu Qing told them about the hostage exchange. He also explained his suspicions and speculations. Everyone else listened with various thoughtful expressions on their faces. This was their custom. When they ran into an issue, they would confer and analyze the situation from different perspectives. What Xu Qing says makes a lot of sense. The hostage exchange probably won't be very dangerous. In terms of the larger picture, my guess is that the immortal lord doesn't want the war getting even worse. If the war expanded or shifted too much in our favor, the other side might get more god lords involved. The opposite would be true. And who knows, it's even possible the immortal paragon would have to step in. That would be the final battle. This whole thing is a game being played between an immortal lord and a god lord, and it's all about momentum. Yes, but there's something strange going on here. What exactly is immortal Lord Deeploom trying to accomplish? Who cares what he's planning? We should just do it. We two brothers can conquer any obstacle. Everyone had their say. Xu Qing listened to all the opinions and considered how they related to his own analysis. Eventually, he looked at Zhou Jingli. During their time together, Xu Qing had come to trust Zhou Jingli's judgment. Zhou Jingli frowned as he looked back at Xu Qing. After some hesitation, he kneaded the bridge of his nose. Young Lord, and all you other fellow Taoists, there's one possibility none of you mentioned. What if the hostage exchange is actually part of the lantern that's been lit? Xu Qing's eyes glittered. If that's the case, then it would mean the lantern in the Eastern Theater isn't shining brightly enough. If the hostage exchange is meant to brighten the lantern, then there must still be hidden forces at work on the battlefield. And those forces are in the fourth star ring. Xu Qing's words struck all of them like a tempest. Time passed, and the day of the hostage exchange approached. Xu Qing and the others had agreed to stay vigilant. Xu Qing was ready. He had taken a few days to get familiar with the new Dao weapon, and he had used the ring source from the red giant to stabilize his place within mid-Quasi Immortal. He was at his peak. The atmosphere had changed recently. Every few days, army cultivators would cross the starry sky and set up camp around the red giant. More and more cultivators came. Things were getting increasingly tense. Although Xu Qing and the Ascendees couldn't see what was happening on the front lines, the same thing was happening there. Both cultivators and gods were gathering into larger groups. They were consolidating their battle prowess. The white and black in the Eastern theater continued to intertwine. A storm was coming. One day, when it was only about 2 hours before the hostage exchange was to occur, the bleak sound of a horn echoed outside of the Red Giant. It pierced through the starry sky, reaching the ears of countless cultivators. Xu Qing opened his eyes. A sea of light glittered in front of him, whereupon a familiar figure appeared, bound tightly with fetters. It was Goddess Starry Eyes. She had been treated well in her time away from Xu Qing. Her ring source had been largely replenished, and her skin was lustrous again. Considering what the immortal lord was planning, there had been no need to torment her. In fact, her perfume was stronger than ever. Xu Qing looked at her. Eyes glittering, he licked his lips. Goddess Starry Eyes looked back at him, her legs trembling. In fact, she was shaking from head to toe, as if she were looking at a nightmare. Chapter 1255. The time has come. In a flame pagoda by the Red Giant, an immortal and a god were apparently linked by predestination. Let kwanda wansa let kwandoan at let kwanda zarafuv let kwanda zarazara let kwandoanba, smolkapa, let kwanda zaraf, let kwanda zarada novel fire net. Xu Qing's eyes glittered. Starya's expression was one of despair. Sha had assumed that this human Sha hated so much would actually say something to Ha, so Sha wanted to say something first. You. Sha had no chance to finish what Sha was going to say. Xu Qing was not a fan of wasting time, so before Sha could finish, he reached toward. It was as if a gravitational force latched onto Starya's and dragged Ha toward Xu Qing. When Sha arrived, his hand latched onto a very familiar location. Ha throat. The moment his hand clamped down, Sha felt terror explode within Ha. Acting with instinctive speed, Xu Qing began to drain Ha rungsas. As the rungsas flowed out, Sha felt that same sensation, like Ha's soul was being extracted. The rungsas flowed into Xu Qing's hand to nourish his immortal embryo, his soul, and everything else about him. A sensation he had not experienced in some time filled him, and his mood immediately improved. It was a flavor he had sighed about many times in the past few days. Now that he could experience it again, his cultivation base rotated rapidly, and the silver light in his eyes glittered. Pain once again struck Starya's, filling Ha body and soul. Sha was in a nightmare again, and the mental stability Sha had worked so hard to recover was once again upturned. Venomous hatred appeared in Ha again, and this time it was dozens of times stronger than before. Xu Qing recognized the look in Ha's eyes. He ignored it and continued to extract the rungsas. It lasted for about an hour. At that point, Starya's skin was no longer lustrous. It was anemic again. All the rungsas Sha had built back up was gone. Sha was extremely listless. Xu Qing was satisfied. He released his hand, whereupon the limp Starya's sagged in front of him. Sha was weak physically, but the hatred in Ha's heart was extremely intense, and Sha glared murderously at him. But only a moment later, Sha took a deep breath and closed Ha's eyes. When Sha opened them again, the venom was gone, having been replaced with bitterness. I met your immortal lord, Sha said. You people got what you want. With the exchange at hand, I can understand why you're not willing to give up. I can't stop you from extracting my rungsas. After all, gods and immortals are polar opposites. When one of you immortals falls into our hands, they can't avoid torment. I understand all that. From an objective perspective, there is no enmity between the two of us. In the final analysis, the reason you captured me is that my god magic wasn't pure enough. Ads by Pabrev. Her voice was hoarse and a bit self-deprecating. During her recent days in captivity, Sha had thought through many things. This was the first time Xu Qing had ever seen Starya's behave like this. He looked at the goddess. Sha looked back at him calmly. Before, you couldn't hide your hatred, he said suddenly. That was because you were in despair and thought you were going to die. Now you're masking it because you have hope. You don't want to take any risks. But you're also worried you might anger me and that I'll kill you, transforming your hope back into despair. Starya's pupils constricted. The exchange is upon us, he said calmly. You and I both know that I can't kill you. In other words, you can stop trying so hard to seem weak. I can tell how much you hate me. And there's no need for you to explain what you plan to do after you get back. You're not going to forget this or let it go. That said, I'm glad you reminded me of something. Eyes narrowing, Xu Qing extended his right hand, and the power of extreme metal glittered, turning into golden threads. Next, the power of wood bolstered it. After that came water, fire, and earth. The 5 extremes turned into a cage. Time made the seal, and space was the justification, making the cage even more profound. And finally, Xu Qing's space-time descended. It made the lock for the cage. Rumbling sounds surrounded Staria's, as Xia was imprisoned in the illusory cage. Yet Xu Qing didn't think that was enough. He extended his hand, and the weight of heaven's principle caused the cage to materialize. Then Staria's expression flickered as Xu Qing performed a double-handed incantation gesture and then touched his forehead. His immortal embryo unleashed majestic immortal energy as it exhaled the Aurora Immortal Palace. The cage overlapped. Rumbling sounds echoed out and Staria's face fell. And yet, things weren't over yet. After the cage was made with the 8 extremes, Xu Qing's 9th extreme appeared, the canon of parallelism. As the overlaps appeared, the power of numerous spacetimes became chains that could restrain gods. They shot out of nowhere toward Staria's. A shrill scream echoed out as dozens of chains flowed from different spacetimes to pierce into the goddess, Scapulas. Staria's wanted to struggle, but every attempt just caused the chains to glitter with immortal inscriptions. A profoundly irritating sensation swept through like a storm, wiping away the veneer of weakness. Boundless, unending hatred suddenly erupted again within. I'm going to kill you, Xu Qing, and not just you. All your loved ones, all your relatives, all your friends, they'll all die miserably because of you. Xu Qing looked at the goddess expressionlessly, all while assessing Rungsas. He soon realized that, thanks to the stimulation of the cage and chains, more Rungsas had appeared within Nodding in satisfaction, he reached out to extract it. Now Staria's realized that he had been doing it all on purpose to provoke into producing more Rungsas. All of a sudden, Xia thought back to the terrifying memories of original journey with him. You're a nightmare, Xia screamed shrilly. You're not an immortal, you're a devil. When she finally took a breath, Xu Qing spoke. I'm very curious, he said calmly, about why you continuously produce ring source after being drained. He sliced his fingernail across her pale forehead, and eyes glittering, sent some divine will into her. It passed through the blood, flesh, and bones, all the way into the godhood in her god soul. He had tried something similar in the past, but had failed due to his low cultivation base. Now his cultivation base had reached a higher level. What was more, Xu Qing was convinced that the immortal lord must have left traces behind of his own search for information. He wanted to see if he could find such clues and learn more about Starry Eye's secrets. This time, things were working a lot more smoothly, and so it didn't take long after he sent his divine will into her god soul, he found the clues. Xu Qing's previous probing was too weak to do anything, but now he saw the damage that had been done by the immortal lord. As a result, Xu Qing's divine will was able to enter easily. As he went deeper, he sensed that there was something ahead that wasn't illusory. It was material. It was something crystallized. It looked like it was something made of destiny aura, but at the same time there was something mysterious swirling in it. At the same time, it was covered with cracks. It looked like it was on the verge of collapsing, but at the same time, it gave Xu Qing the sensation he was looking at the entire 4th star ring. Terrifying pressure radiated out of it. Xu Qing was initially stunned, but after a bit of hesitation, he decisively sent his divine will inside. The crystals suddenly started rumbling, and a majestic, indescribable force swept outward, eradicating everything in its path. Xu Qing's divine will collapsed, and his fingers were shoved away from her neck. At the same time, the provocation caused new power to surge within Starry Eyes, who looked up at him, her pupils transformed into a vortex of stars. You actually tried to take the godly authority my father gave to me, she roared in a voice like thunder. It wasn't actually her original voice, but rather a chaotic combination of countless voices that became a godly voice. Suddenly, 9 bolts of golden lightning appeared around her, which shot toward Xu Qing. However, just as they touched him, they were shattered by some ancient will coming from the goddess. Starry eyes sagged listlessly, all while gasping for breath. Xu Qing instantly identified the mysterious will. It contained boundless immortal energy that surpassed that of a lower immortal. It's a sealing mark, left inside of her by the immortal lord. Xu Qing looked thoughtfully at the tip of his index finger. There was a black spot there that was fading away. Looking at it closely, it was clear that the spot was made up of countless intricate golden designs. Looking at it seemed like looking at the destruction and rebirth of countless planets. Xu Qing's eyes glittered. This is the secret of her never-ending ring source. In the outside world, the hostage exchange was about to happen, and the lieutenant general was speaking into the minds of all cultivators. The time has come. Men move out. A rumbling sound emerged from the red giant that could shake starry skies. It was about to leave, and the entire massive army camped in the area was going with it. The sight of it was astonishing. The starry sky trembled, universes shook, and star regions distorted. A massive teleportation the size of an entire star region was beginning. The incredibly important hostage exchange was taking place in the eastern theater between the 4th and 5th star rings, in a place filled with innumerable asteroids. There was also dust that formed stellar storms which covered everything. There was black and white roiling in all parts. Within the black part, there were unending gods, all of them poolsing with so much black mutagen that it was corporeal. There were so many gods that the starry sky almost couldn't take it, and rifts were starting to break open. Within the white color were numerous cultivator armies, all of them brimming with somber auras and immortal energy. Each and every cultivator in the massive group was an accomplished killer. There weren't just troops gathered from the front lines of the Eastern Theater. All of the armies were there, united. That included immortal monarch Silent Tao and the newly returned spirit Jade. Everyone was there. Above the armies was the chaotic mixture of black and white, wherein thunder boomed. Up there, it was just possible to see 2 blurry figures who emanated pressure onto everyone else. As the 2 sides faced off, the starry sky on the cultivator side rippled as the red giant and the armies that had camped around it appeared. Its arrival attracted the attention of all the immortals and gods. Inside the giant red star, Xu Qing sat cross-legged in his fire pagoda. Xu Qing, bring out the captive goddess. Upon hearing that, Xu Qing calmly stood. Grabbing the chains of cannon, he dragged the cage out of the fire pagoda. Chapter 1256. One side violates the treaty. The moment Xu Qing emerged from the flame pagoda, the black mutagen of the host of gods fluctuated so violently the starry sky shook. All eyes were fixed on him there by the red giant, including those of both gods and immortals. And then, all gazes shifted from Xu Qing to the cage he was dragging behind him. Gazes could have weight, especially those of the gods. It was weight that could crush down on the body and suppress the soul. In an instant, Xu Qing felt like his soul was about to be shredded. The gazes of the immortals opposed that. So as the pressure from the gods built, the immortals looked over and dispelled the pressure. Xu Qing proceeded, surrounded by loud rumbling sounds as the void rippled, shook, became clear, and then collapsed over and over again. His face was completely expressionless as he continued to drag the cage forward. Soon he was beyond the borders of the red star, where he stopped and looked around coldly. This spot was in between the 4th and 5th star rings and had once been a battlefield. Because of the blue stellar clouds in the area, it was known as the Blue Wastes. Black and white filled the sky, while blue clouds swirled everywhere. The shattered remains of the planets that stretched out endlessly looked like the hulking spines of huge beasts. The surfaces of shattered planets had strange markings crawling across them that looked like bulging veins. The face-off between the gods and immortals made the markings pulse, which in turn caused the shattered planets to glitter with rippling blood-red light. Beauty and majesty coexisted. That was the backdrop for the scene. Framed against that backdrop was an army of cultivators organized in ranks that seemed to conform to the overall structure of the entire fifth star ring. It was so majestic and massive that the army seemed to never end. Seen from afar, it looked like dots organized neatly on a chart, but closer examination would reveal that each dot was made of 10,000 troops. In the middle of it all was an enormous war drum covered with designs of gobblewocks and heaven eaters. When Xu Qing stopped moving forward, the drum echoed out with a thunderous roar. On the other side of the same backdrop was the army of gods with their mutagen. They had numerous planets, shrunken down and covered with flesh, that spat out endless mutagen. Atop each of those planets were hosts of gods. Their forces also seemed to go on without end. Behind that were enormous conglomerations of mutated flesh and blood that looked like bows made of space rock, with strings made of starry rivers. They were taut and thrummed with a sound that made the atmosphere very tense. What was more, there were golden shooting stars that flew back and forth on the side of the gods, following mysterious orbital paths that formed a defensive barrier. Whenever the sound of the cultivators' drums threatened to invade the territory of the gods, black holes would appear on that barrier and would swallow up the sound and the light that tried to pass them. It was a dramatic and majestic sight. What was even shocking to the immortals and gods was the vast area overhead. That was where a scroll painting and a godly river were at odds. On the side of the scroll painting was the majestic figure of immortal Lord Deepgloom, who commanded everything around him. Stretching out behind him was the scroll painting that covered half of a star region, its gilded designs featuring magical laws of heaven and earth. Opposite of him in the black river of the gods was God Lord Death Departure, seated in a throne forged from the shattered remnants of countless universes. As the sharp tips of his fingernails pointed down, the water of the river froze. Few people could see the two of them clearly, but the pressure they exuded was clearly sensed by all living beings. They were both looking at the same spot. It was the location in the very middle of this ancient battlefield, where the exchange was to take place. There, the clouds swirled to reveal an enormous, majestic altar. The altar was made from 360 coffins and 360 huge trees. The coffins were made from devil copper and were covered with peeling rust, beneath which were symbols scrawled in blood. Whenever the stellar wind blew, the coffins would leak black mist that caused terrifying gruish figures to appear. The trees were made from immortal crystal. Silver immortal symbols flowed across their surfaces, all of which pulsed with an incomparable and boundless power of life force. Whenever black mist would pulse out of the coffins, the immortal trees would produce the spirits of heroic immortals to wage war against it. This jointly built altar was the spot where the hostage exchange would take place. Even after all of the wars Xu Qing had participated in, this scene was still shocking, and he had to stop and take it in for a moment before continuing on his way. He left the red giant and entered the starry sky. The cage he dragged behind him left a dark red streak in the starry sky as he approached the altar. On the side of the gods, the golden barrier shimmered, and as countless cultivators looked on, a god emerged. The god actually resembled a middle-aged human, except with a vastly larger fleshly body, being around 20-25 meters tall. Hai's facial features were beautiful, and he had long violet hair that swayed around him. He wore a golden suit of armor that perfectly accentuated Hai's perfect physique, in terms of level that had been determined by the nature of the exchange. He was a peak altar god. He came out with 5 emaciated old men with dull facial expressions, who were bound like captive dogs. All 5 of the old men were crisscrossed with cuts and bruises. They were wan and sallow, their life force faded and dull. Obviously, they had suffered torment in their years of captivity. These were the human cultivators who had performed meritorious deeds in the service of the 5th star ring. When the cultivators saw them, their emotions swelled, and the sound of the war drum became louder. The pretty god sensed that, and with cold, apathetic eyes, he jerked the rope binding the necks of the 5 captive cultivators. The 5 old men trembled, the pain obviously severe as the rope seemed about to break their necks. he looked at Xu Qing. The atmosphere instantly grew even more tense. Xu Qing's eyes glittered with coldness. Though he didn't know these 5 lower immortals, based on what the lieutenant general had told him, he knew that they had performed great services. What was more, he could tell that this pretty god was trying to provoke him. Lifting his hand, he opened the cage of cannon, then transformed it into a chain that bound Starry Eyes' arms and legs. Next, he dragged her out into the open and clasped his hand down onto her neck. As all the gods and even the god emperor watched, he started extracting ring source. Starry Eyes shivered and was instantly dragged out of unconsciousness by the pain. The gods erupted into anger. Killing intent surged. To the gods, seeing Xu Qing extract ring source from their goddess right in front of them was an unspeakable insult. The pretty god looked at Xu Qing, then expressionlessly loosened the rope binding the 5 humans. Xu Qing also relaxed his hand and stopped the extraction process. Pulling on the chain, he placed Starry Eyes in front of him. Both sides proceeded toward the altar. Every step Xu Qing took caused brilliant lotuses of light to spread out beneath his feet. His cultivation base stirred to its absolute peak. As Starry Eyes proceeded, the void around her contracted. God blood dripped out but didn't dissipate. Instead, it floated behind her like a path of bloody planets born in the void. She grew weaker with each step she took, until walking forward became difficult. The chains around her feet tightened more and more, causing pain to stab through her. The clank of the chains were like cold winds blowing through the 9 serenities and made her think back to the pain she had experienced. Perhaps because of all that animosity, her hair began to crumble and fall down like stardust. Behind her, Xu Qing looked calm, but the truth was that his guard was up, and he was ready for something unexpected to happen. He actually felt uneasy. Although he could sense the protection offered by countless gazes, as well as the pounding of the drum, after his discussion with his squadron, he felt that there had to be another reason why he had been selected for this assignment. And there was one distinct possibility that he kept thinking about. If Starry Eyes was aware this exchange was going to happen, then considering how much she hates me, wouldn't she make additional demands? He looked at the staggering goddess in front of him, and his eyes narrowed. The moments ticked by as Xu Qing prodded Starry Eyes forward. Soon, both he and the pretty god entered the asteroid belt on the way to the altar. Eventually, they were in the middle of the asteroid belt, only about 30,000 meters away from the altar. Starry Eyes suddenly spun in place. Because of the mutagen in the area, her eyes had regained some of the golden fire that had been extinguished before. Every bit of ring source you take from me will be a star that pierces your life force and turns into the biggest curse you can imagine, something that you'll regret for the rest of your life. Xu Qing didn't reply. He jerked the chain, causing immortal symbols to appear on it and release the power to extract ring source. Starry Eyes grunted as ring source flowed out of her wounds. She staggered over a small asteroid. The black surface of the asteroid wriggled, causing the rust-colored stains covering her robes to grow more prominent. Xu Qing's Taoist robes swirled despite there being no wind, as a vortex of stellar clouds began to spin around him counterclockwise. Follow current letter 1D0F letter 1D20 small cap LS on Nov I fire. Et. The ring source coming out of Starry Eyes' wounds flowed into the vortex, becoming specks of brightness like moonlight. Then Xu Qing quietly said, "Keep your mouth shut." Starry Eyes glared at Xu Qing, then gritted her teeth and tried to hurry onward. Xu Qing tugged back on the chains. In that manner, Xu Qing controlled how quickly they covered the 3,000-meter distance to the altar. Upon arriving, he was able to get a closer look at the pretty god and the 5 cultivators. He suddenly felt even more uneasy than before. Eyes flashing, he reached out and grabbed Starry Eyes. Ignoring her struggles, he once again clamped his hand onto her throat. Then he viciously extracted her ring source. This time, he exerted far more force than before. After draining her, he eased up. But this time, the ring source didn't start coming back. It stopped. It was as if she was about to become a corpse, so there was no need to continue. The process was more painful to Starry Eyes than anything from before. to the point where her mind was on the verge of breaking. The gods seethed. Countless roars echoed out, and immense pressure weighed down. The pretty god's face hardened, and he rushed forward. The cultivators also stirred due to Xu Qing's sudden action. It looked like something big was about to happen between the two sides. Meanwhile, Starry Eyes was struggling violently. Perhaps because of the mutagen, or perhaps because of secret assistance from somewhere, she suddenly unleashed a terrifying power, as well as a scream that caused Xu Qing's hand to shake. All of a sudden, the chains binding her shattered. She was free. The weakened goddess had no time to think rationally. She just raced away, becoming a stream of light that disappeared behind the pretty god. She was returning to the camp of the gods. Xu Qing scowled at her retreating figure and suddenly said, "You can run, but we'll meet again." Starry Eyes looked over her shoulder on the way back to the gods. Glaring at Xu Qing with the golden color of god blood in her eyes, she forced herself to simply grind her teeth. "You're right, we'll meet again soon. I've hated you this entire time, Xu Qing. Did you really think you were in control? What a joke. Don't you realize that you are the point of this exchange? You're the point of the treaty between my father and your immortal lord. And it was my idea." Because of the current situation, Xu Qing was able to tell how much of what she was saying was true. All of the emotion on his face suddenly vanished. "So that's how it is." Xu Qing waved his hand, and everything Starry Eyes could see vanished like a popping bubble. She was back at his side, with his hand clamped around her throat, still 3,000 meters away from the altar. Her jaw dropped as waves of fury battered her heart. Pupils constricting, she incredulously said, "A true god's illusory region? How could you have a true god's illusory region?" Xu Qing didn't answer. Quickly sealing Starry Eyes, he turned and sped in the opposite direction. In the depths of the voice, an exclamation of surprise echoed out, and then the god river, which had been frozen by God Emperor Death Departure's fingernail, suddenly turned into a host of icy chunks that flew up into the starry sky. Someone who could surpass space-time would see those chunks of ice turn into the eyes of a god, looking down on everything. "Your side violated the treaty, Deep Gloom. 1257, everything flips around." The voice surpassed any heavenly sound, any type of Tao will, and exceeded all natural and magical laws. It was like the chanting of infinite gods, with mightiness that shattered starry skies, enveloped all living beings, eradicated all manner of things, and even shattered universes. Endless black flesh and blood emerged from the shattered fragments, then proliferated like mad, turning the entire world into something gruish. The person who spoke was none other than God Emperor Death Departure. He sat on an imperial throne made of countless universes, and Hai's eyes were currently open, with Hai's divine will filling every block of shattered ice, so that it seemed like many heavens were looking down. All cultivators shivered in their hearts and minds, and the flames of their life force flickered as if they might go out. The actual immortals were not spared. The countless chunks of rubble that filled the ancient battlefield began vibrating. Countless eyes from corpses that had been there for endless years floated up, transformed by the will of the god Lord into a huge river. All of a sudden, the lids of the 360 coffins in the central altar opened. Black energy poured out of them, creating space-time ripples that could rip apart the souls of gods. All of that happened because of one thing said by a god lord. Xu Qing was hit particularly hard since he was right at the edge of the altar. His mind went blank, and he suddenly lost all ability to sense anything. It was as if he had become a piece of dust. Compared to a god lord right now, he really was like nothing more than dust. As dramatic things seemed about to unfold, a cold voice suddenly spread out from the scroll painting that opposed the god lord. So what if the treaty was violated? That voice caused more dramatic things to happen in the starry sky. The shattered ice, the crystals that had formed, the godly might and mutagen, and even the infinite and gruish proliferations of flesh, all went still. They became a boundless black mist that shot toward the painting, converging on the index finger of the immortal lord who sat cross-legged within it. It vanished. A mere afterglow remained on the fingertip, which turned into a ring of black ice. The immortal lord flicked his finger. The black ice melted, becoming a white flame that danced about, leaving faint burn marks like stardust. Just like that, the battlefield changed again. The coffin's lids shut, and the space-time ripples were erased. The crystal river tumbled back and became a sea of flames that spread out, filled with immortal energy. The cultivators' minds cleared, and they unhesitatingly beat their war drums. The sound of it filled the starry sky. Xu Qing regained his senses and didn't hesitate for a moment to flee. He wouldn't be so quick to believe the fifth star ring had sold him out. For one thing, he didn't believe that he was important enough to be sold out. After everything that had happened, it still seemed to him like there was some other secret at play during this exchange. It seemed more likely that his presence had simply been to ensure that the exchange started off smoothly. Even as that thought coalesced in his mind, the godly river in the starry sky seethed. Within it, God Lord Death Departure slowly rose, reaching such a great height it seemed like the starry sky couldn't accommodate him. A mountain toppling, sea-draining godly, might filled Hai's voice as he said, "You violated the treaty for the sake of a quasi-immortal." The person to answer him was immortal Lord Deepgloom. Rather, it was immortal monarch Silent Tao, who strode out of the crowd of cultivators. Standing in front of the army, he looked at the godly river and said, "God Emperor Death Departure, given your level, there's no need to continue with the facade. This isn't about a quasi-immortal. You just added a stipulation to the agreement because you wanted my master to believe your story. Since my master is here, you've achieved your goal. What you really want to do is pin down my master here so that you can fully open the rift that you've been secretly preparing in the Western theater. You see, my master long since realized what was happening over there and has made arrangements. Given your godly omniscience, you surely know about all that." In response to these words, the God Lord said nothing and didn't even react. New letter 1D0F letter 1D20 small cap L letter 1D04 hapters are published on Nove iFirenet. On the other hand, we have a different goal. We wanted you over here, God Lord, so that we would have a chance to send you back to where you came from. After we kill you, the war will reach a new level. Thus, in some ways, you're correct. However, after we kill you, there will be balance between the two sides. So who cares if the fighting kicks back in full force? That's why my master agreed to your concessions. It was because, at that time, he wasn't completely sure he could deal with your godhood. But now he knows he can control it, and therefore this entire exchange was set up to kill you. As his words echoed out, the cultivators' war drums pounded even more loudly, stirring the spirits of all the warriors. The gods, meanwhile, sank into silence. In the godly river, the God Lord stared at immortal Lord Deepgloom in the scroll painting. "Deepgloom, it seems you really do know the secrets of my godhood. That's why you had your apprentice explain all that, instead of doing so yourself. Unfortunately, you came to this realization too late. You cultivators believe yourselves to be infallible. You make all sorts of plans and schemes, but did you really think I wouldn't find out about them?" The godly river seethed as the god emperor's godly might spread out in all directions. "I knew all about your secret lantern in the Eastern Theater. I also know how you assassinated my officer here. I saw right through your plan to kidnap my daughter. And of course, I was aware of how you covet my godhood." As he spoke those words, he strode out of the godly river and toward the scroll painting. Every step he took caused the starry sky to crack, filled the battlefield with rumbling sounds, and shook universes. "That's why I just went along with what you wanted. I pretended to not know. I let you bring my daughter here, using her to make sure I could get to you. You were plotting against me, Deepgloom, but I was also plotting against you. You thought you could use my daughter to probe my godly authority, but the reality is that I was using her to probe your canon. That is why I offered the roaming universe as a concession. I knew you couldn't refuse that. All I had to do was see her and speak a word to her. In that manner, I could confirm everything about her, and that includes all of the results of my plot. Now, you know about my godhood, and I know about your canon. Deepgloom, how do you think you can beat me now?" As the God Emperor's voice shook universes, he unleashed the canon of cultivators, causing an ever-changing mask to appear between his fingers. The mask shifted back and forth between faces that were men and women, old people and youngsters. It displayed different ages and cultivation bases, but all of them were smiling with joy. The God Lord looked at the mask and sighed in admiration. Immortal canon really is extraordinary, to imitate godhood and then use that to carve a new path, a second route to ring source. As for you, Deep Gloom, your canon is unexpected. It's not about slaughter, but about hope. You gather the hope of all living things to defend, to cherish, and to remember. You turn all that into a safeguard by means of war and killing. Though there was admiration in the God Lord's eyes, an instant later, he smiled and flicked Hai's finger. Black energy proliferated, filling the mask and causing the joy on all the living beings' faces to change. Instead of smiling, they were wailing in despair. The sound of howling rose up. Astonishingly, he was infecting Immortal Lord Deepgloom's canon. Boundless blackness erupted from beneath Hai's feet, rumbling out to fill the area with mutagen. The entire battlefield was infected. Then God Emperor Death Departure took another step forward and entered Immortal Lord Deepgloom's scroll painting. Now we'll see if you kill me, or if I cut you down. White and black inverted, the scroll painting blurred. A battle started raging that could not be perceived. Fighting instantly broke out between the two armies. The array of dots that were the cultivators became like a wave of fire. Countless magical treasures were unleashed, resulting in a dazzling, multicolored display. The red giant stirred into motion, transforming into a burning ball of true fire, and instantly covered any nearby gods and mutagen. Battle flags flapped and war drums shook the soul. The sound could shatter planets as dust swept out and turned everything into a gauzy blur. On the god side, bowstrings twanged as countless streams of destructive and infectious godlight headed toward the cultivators like shooting stars. Their defensive barrier rippled, releasing ravenous vortexes. Countless roving stars on the side of the fifth star ring were thrown off of their orbital tracks. An infinitude of gods rushed forth. In an instant, the battlefield turned into a grindstone of flesh and blood that sent blood spurting everywhere. Extra bits of might would occasionally shoot out from the scroll painting. Those from the Immortal Lord were like ink stains. Every single one turned into a massive stream of sword while that headed toward the gods. Whatever gods it encountered would simply explode. But the gory chunks would then be frozen by the God Lord's godly might, then turned into millions upon millions of immortal-slaying spears that would shoot into the army of cultivators. Blood flew everywhere. Black and white no longer intersected, but rather were physical things that clashed violently. Space-time fractured, rifts spread out, and universes were born and destroyed. It was the same on the central altar, where the devil copper and the immortal trees were separating from each other. One coffin of devil copper after another collapsed, becoming black mist that would turn into the faces of huge gods that devoured everything in the area. As for the huge immortal trees, when they shattered, they would turn into karma threads that swept across the battlefield and destroyed any god they touched. The battlefield instantly devolved into chaos. Space was shaken, time was influenced, and space-time seemed like it might shatter. As that moment of crisis built, Xu Qing fled at top speed. He was doing everything in his power to make his way off into the distance. But then, the pretty god behind him, who had been the one supposedly handling the hostage transfer, looked at him with golden light in his eyes and inhaled deeply. The 5 human cultivators around him suddenly shivered, and then the color drained out of them as their true features were revealed. They were 5 corpses that had been turned into gods. They had long since died. As of now, they were simply god puppets. But when the pretty god inhaled, they collapsed into dust, and all of the ring source in them was sucked right into the pretty god. As a result, the pretty god's cultivation level rose into the level of true god. Then he shot right toward Xu Qing. He was to rescue Starry Eyes and also kill Xu Qing. Earlier, he had been very close to accomplishing that, but just before he did, Xu Qing realized what was going on and fled. Then the fighting broke out, and he realized he was in danger of failing to accomplish his mission. Now was the time for him to turn things around. Chapter 1258. crescent moondao weapon. Above the chaotic battlefield was a rippling, distorted scroll painting that wasn't possible to see clearly. Within it, the colors black and white twisted back and forth. Occasionally, boundless might from within it swept down to the battlefield, killing anyone it touched. The armies of the cultivators and gods were like grains of sand, flowing back and forth as they clashed. Blood spread. Corpses fell. It was extremely ghastly. The starry sky was ripped apart. Space-time shattered. That only added chaos and danger to the battlefield. This universe couldn't take it much longer. Within all that chaos was an enchantingly beautiful true god clad in golden armor, with violet hair that swirled around him as he strode forward. "Your name's Xu Qing, right?" he said, his godly voice echoing forth to reach the fleeing Xu Qing. As it did, it slashed open a huge furrow in the starry sky in front of Xu Qing. Xu Qing's gaze sharpened, revealing an aggressive light. He quickly performed an incantation gesture with his left hand, causing his immortal embryo to tower over him. The power of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, time, and space surged, becoming like shooting stars that streamed around the immortal embryo. Overlapping projections of himself appeared, which was the unleashing of the cannons of space-time and parallelism. When all of that combined, he lunged forward. A deafening rumbling sound echoed out. By lunging forward, he ended up shooting right into the furrow that had opened up in front of him. Then his cannon flared before dimming. He shot through the furrow. When he was an early quasi-immortal, he could fight a peak altar god. Now that he was a mid-quasi-immortal, his battle prowess wasn't sufficient enough to truly bridge the gap between himself and a true god, although he could at least defend himself. Upon emerging from the other side, his face was pale, but he still accelerated. "This battle is already chaotic. Even if I make it back to the cultivator forces, I'll still be in the middle of the fighting. Therefore, to get away from the battlefield, I first need to leave the entire area." Small capar letter 1D00, letter 1D05. Small capel letter 1D00, letter 1D1BS, letter 1D1B. Letter 1D04, small cap H, letter 1D00, letter 1D18, letter 1D1B, small cap RS. Letter 1D00, letter 1D1B. Novel fire, net. He had made his decisions, and yet, despite accelerating after making it through the furrow, the pretty true god was right on his tail. Upon closing in, the true god waved his hand, causing a second furrow to open up in front of Xu Qing, blocking his path. Then came a third, fourth, and a fifth furrow. In total, 99 of them appeared, surrounding Xu Qing and cutting him off from everything else. Ads by Pobrev. It was very obvious how incredibly mighty a true god was. Next, the pretty true god clenched his right hand into a fist. The 99 furrows suddenly seemed to come alive, splitting out from the backdrop of the starry sky and turning into threads. Then those threads all began to converge on Xu Qing. They thrummed with sealing power as well as mighty cutting force. What was more, they pulsed with the explosive power of a true god. They sped toward Xu Qing. As the crisis mounted, Xu Qing's pupils constricted. In another place and situation, he could take the time to fight this opponent. But there was too much happening on the battlefield, making it very unsuitable for sustained fighting. In terms of trump cards, he did have the Dao weapon of an immortal lord. But that Dao weapon was too powerful. Even if he did use his destiny aura to unleash it, he would be significantly weakened as a result. Unless he had absolutely no other options, he didn't want to use it here on this chaotic battlefield. Therefore, as the danger mounted, his eyes glittered, and he thrust out his right hand to reveal the unconscious goddess Starry Eyes. He used her to block the first of the slicing furrows. The pretty true god's eyes hardened. With the wave of a right hand, he stopped moving. The slicing furrows also lurched to a halt. Taking advantage of that split-second interruption, Xu Qing shot forward with a burst of speed. The overlapping sensation around him became more pronounced, as a host of different spacetimes formed around him. By shattering some of them, he managed to break free from the area. After, he zipped back and forth through the battlefield, seemingly at random. Behind him, the pretty true god's face flashed with golden light as he made a decision. If Starry Eyes died, she could be resurrected. If he kept worrying about her safety, then this opponent would be able to constantly keep him in a passive position. "Ah, whatever," the true god murmured. He took a step forward, spanning the battlefield, all while speaking in a voice that echoed around Xu Qing. "Do you know why I was selected for this little exchange? It's because the more chaotic this battlefield is, the better my godhood works." Xu Qing heard the words, and his expression darkened visibly. There was no reason for this god to be talking so much, and yet he seemed to be constantly saying something. The words he spoke were chosen deliberately. Is it related to Hai's godly authority? Even as that thought occurred to Xu Qing, an intense sensation of danger struck him. The pretty true god was clearly quite a distance away, yet Hai's words swirled in the area and even caused golden threads to appear. It was a similar effect to the slicing furrows from before, yet at the same time was somewhat different. Xu Qing's pupils constricted as the golden threads suddenly spread out behind him. As it turned out, their target wasn't him. It was the corpses of the gods and cultivators floating in the area. Every single golden thread connected to one of the mangled corpses, until there were thousands of such connections. Then every single corpse twitched and opened its eyes. Those eyes glowed with golden light. It was exactly the same thing the pretty true god had done to the 5 human cultivators from earlier. Xu Qing's face fell as he realized that they were god puppets. So this is Hai's godly authority. He turns Hai's will into threads, then connects the threads to corpses. It doesn't matter if they're gods or cultivators. They all turn into puppets. Xu Qing frowned. It was definitely true that a godhood power like this would be particularly effective on a battlefield. As soon as the corpses awakened, they all flew up into the air and then bore down on Xu Qing. Though their cultivation bases were only partially intact, given how many there were, they formed an astonishingly deadly force. Xu Qing fell back urgently, all while waving his hand to unleash a space-time tempest to block the corpses. At the same time, he landed on a head-shaped asteroid. Unfortunately, the moment he landed, golden striations appeared on the asteroid, which wriggled into the shape of facial features, as if the thing was alive. The asteroid had been turned into a puppet. It opened its mouth and spewed a curse mist. Just before impact, Xu Qing borrowed Starfare's power, unleashing a god curse that negated the incoming curse. Without a sound, the asteroid crumbled in on itself and collapsed into dust. Unfortunately, that short delay gave the corpses time to get a lot closer. Off in the distance, the pretty true god was now visible. Xu Qing scowled at the realization of how powerful the enemy's curse was. That said, he now knew how gruish this godly authority was. It can turn anything into a puppet. Xu Qing waved his hand, and the iron skewer appeared, shooting forth with aggressive power. At the same time, the chime of a bell echoed out, and all the corpses stopped, allowing the skewer to hit many of them. Of course, Xu Qing didn't stop like the corpses. He used a secret magic to shoot away even faster than before. His clothes were already in tatters as he flew along. As he passed, the remains of heavenly bodies and numerous corpses would glitter with golden light as they awakened. Puppets were charging, toward him from in front and behind. "Starfire?" Xu Qing howled inwardly. In response, Starfare again opened herself up, becoming the medium for Xu Qing to transpose between immortal and god. Xu Qing then let loose an audible shout. That sound became a godly voice. It was a god magic, sound-seizing. The battlefield was a suitable face for this pretty true god, but it was also very suitable for Xu Qing's sound-seizing god magic. Instantly, Xu Qing's sound erupted out, and the godly voice became an ancient curse that emerged from every sound on the battlefield. The booms became godly voices. The sound of slaughter became godly voices. The screams of death became godly voices. The godly voices turned into mysterious admonitions that entangled the puppets as well as the approaching true god. This was not something the pretty true god had considered might happen, and it caused Hai's eyes to shine. You can use god magic." He waved Hai's hand, and more golden threads appeared out of nowhere, piercing into the admonitions of Xu Qing's godly voice, and turned them into puppets as well. Then they spun back and raced toward Xu Qing. However, there were just too many unexpected things that could happen on a battlefield. Whether it was the clash of the armies or the shock waves from the God Lord and Immortal Lord, there were many factors that could affect the chase between Xu Qing and the true God. At the moment, a stray flow of power from the God Lord hit Xu Qing, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. Even the pretty true God was forced to take evasive action. And thus, Xu Qing and the true God flew across the battlefield. As Xu Qing sped along, he launched attacks to destroy some of the remnants of heavenly bodies and the corpses of gods and cultivators, turning them into stellar rubble. What he couldn't destroy were latched onto by the pretty true God, who turned them into puppets that attacked Xu Qing. As the chase continued, the distance between them decreased. Then something happened that caused Xu Qing's heart to sink. Off in the distance, another true god started heading toward him. Thankfully, a lower immortal moved to block the god. However, it still left Xu Qing with a sense of mounting crisis. Looking around, he identified a location that he needed to reach. But then, his eyes glittered coldly, and he made a decision. Stopping in place, he turned. He would not flee anymore. Settling his energy and clearing his mind, he put his hand on his forehead. Soul fluctuations turned into a Dao will. Crescent moon. Astonishingly, the image of a moon floated off Xu Qing's forehead. He had used the destiny aura of a true monarch to call out to the Dao weapon of an immortal lord. At the same time, within the parallel spacetimes around him, all the other versions of himself did exactly the same thing. They spoke exactly the same words. Crescent moon. As the sound echoed out in all the spacetimes, the moon projection on the forehead of the real Xu Qing revealed a curved, blood-colored blade, something that could pierce planets and slash the sky. It slowly emerged from his forehead. It looked like the sliver of a fingernail ripped off of a corpse's finger, covered with millions upon millions of blood vessel striations. Each striation seemed to flow with starlight from a different time period. Some of the light was like the marrow of stars, pale violet, which had existed for countless years. Other light was like the rubble of planets that had been immersed in the primeval sea for countless years. And in the middle was a pulsing artery that seemed to form an image of the entire fifth star ring. It was extremely ghastly. Grewish scarlet light spread out that represented death and blood. All planets in the vicinity collapsed. Asteroids and corpses melted. It was like flowing tears of blood. Off in the distance, the pretty true god saw what was happening, and for the very first time, he was completely taken aback. Chapter 1259, Grewish Dao Weapon. A god lord's Dao weapon. The sight of the curved, blood-colored blade coming out of Xu Qing's forehead caused the pretty true god to reel. The full mightiness of a god lord became a crushing will that made it a struggle for him to breathe. An intense sensation of deadly crisis covered the heavens and moons of Hai's god kingdom. 1. He has a god lord's Dao weapon. No, wait, that can't be. A quasi-immortal shouldn't be able to use a Dao weapon like that. What's more, my omniscience couldn't sense it. Someone made it so that this person's information can't be accessed via omniscience. The pretty true god was shaken to the core. As of this moment, the scarlet blade coming out of Xu Qing's forehead hadn't even emerged by half. Yet even that small portion caused his face to distort. His fleshly body felt like it was being ripped apart, and his soul was writhing. It seemed like he was just on the verge of being killed in body and soul. This Dao weapon was just too powerful. Despite being a true monarch and the destiny aura of the fifth star ring, there was no way he could unleash it in its entirety. And yet, Xu Qing's eyes flashed with immense determination. Using the destiny aura, he continued to activate the crescent moon blade. It emerged from his forehead by another inch. The scarlet glow expanded, causing fights on both sides of the conflict to look over in astonishment and back away. Eventually, a strange grating noise filled the depths of the starry sky. It sounded like some entity scraping bone with a fingernail. The sound caused all the nearby asteroids to start vibrating. Countless corpses and the rubble of planets also vibrated. At the same time, vein networks appeared on them similar to what covered the blade. Anyone in range to hear, be they cultivators or gods, were visibly astonished. The pretty true god's pupils constricted as the shock in Hai's heart escalated. He quickly started falling back. Unfortunately, just as he started moving, Xu Qing, his eyes bloodshot, shouted something in a voice that hardly sounded human. "Come forth, crescent moon." Xu Qing shook violently as the flesh of his forehead split, and blood spilled down, soaking him. That was the price he paid to pull the blood-red blade one more inch out of his forehead. Now more than half of the blade was visible. What was immeasurably gruish was the fact that a host of tiny black holes covered the surface of the blood-colored blade. From within them emerged the distorted voices of souls. The fingernail brings tribulation to the gods. When the tribulation ends, the fingernail is born again. The voice split the void, causing numerous rifts to open in the starry sky. Out from those rifts poured a rain as thick as blood. It looked extremely ghastly. All hearts were shaken by the voice, but the effects were especially pronounced on the gods. Out on the battlefield, an altar god accidentally ran into one of the rifts. The god suddenly screamed with madness, reached up, and clawed Hai's eyeballs out of their eye sockets. He threw them to the side. But then the eyes transformed into twitching projections of blades that seemed to possess a life of their own as they cackled and started flying about on their own. All cultivators in the area felt themselves drawn to the destiny aura of the fifth star ring. However, because the item had been forged by immortal Lord Deepgloom, the effect wasn't very strong. Despite being shaken, they took advantage of the moment to attack. As for the pretty true god, he was too close and suffered a huge effect from the attack. God blood sprayed out of him as Hai's golden armor started cracking. Then a boom could be heard as the armor exploded, turning into a host of fragments that shot in front of him to form a barrier. That just managed to spare him from the attack, and he fled backward even more quickly, all while drawing on the full power of Hai's godhood. Countless golden threads spun out in all directions, forming something like a defensive cocoon around him. However, the scarlet light just kept coming. As soon as it hit the cocoon, the light caused the golden cocoon to rust. The effects of the rust were bizarre. If you looked closely, you would see that the golden surface had spiral designs, almost like the fingerprint of a curse. Deep red light shone from the designs, within which concealed millions upon millions of distorted faces. Altogether, they made a design that started to break open the cocoon to devour its contents. The pretty true god's godhood was trembling. At that moment of crisis, he wasn't thinking at all about Hai's mission. Hai's instincts were telling him to get as far away as possible. Unfortunately, the battlefield was shattered. Spacetime was in chaos, and since Hai's godhood related to spacetime, it meant that he couldn't easily escape. He couldn't teleport away. The only chance he had was to find a spatial nexus. Unfortunately, just because he wanted to find one didn't mean he would be able to right now. Even as he went all out to defend himself, all while fleeing, and also while using divine will to search for a spatial nexus, Xu Qing was soaked in blood and looked more ferocious than ever. With his left hand, he held nothing back to drain starry eyes of ring source. And with his right hand, he reached up, grabbed the blade protruding from his forehead, and he ripped it out. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out from his head. He dragged the blade out into the open. It was fully out in the starry sky. Crimson light shone everywhere. Within that light was the 5-inch blade that resembled a crescent moon, with its tip pointed in the direction of the pretty god. Then he flicked his wrist, and the blade shot out of his hand toward the fleeing true god. Looking at the scene from a distance, the way the blade sliced through the starry sky made it seem like it was cutting open skin. Blade light surged as the blade slashed into the golden cocoon. The cocoon vibrated briefly before collapsing into fragments. The countless faces in the rust joined the blade as it slashed toward the true god. The true god was stunned. However, he quickly unleashed a secret magic, which he used to rip open Hai's chest, rip out Hai's heart, and stuff it into Hai's mouth. He devoured it. That was the origin of Hai's god kingdom and Hai's godhood. Upon swallowing it, Hai's destroyed god kingdom turned into pure god power. By using Hai's godhood to devour the flame of Hai's true name, he achieved a huge boost in battle prowess. Hai's energy surged, and it blocked the blade. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out as the blade stopped in place. By losing Hai's heart, the pretty true god was able to mount a brief defense and fall back. But then the veins covering the blade erupted. What came out wasn't blood. It was a sound pressure that could exterminate universes. The result was that the god power formed when the true god devoured Hai's god kingdom began to crumble. Then, the mouth-like black holes on the surface of the blade opened and exerted a sucking force. To Hai's shock and horror, the true god's god power began to stream toward the black holes. Those mouths began to devour all of it. Then the surface of the blade began to wriggle gruishly as a host of fleshy tendrils spread out from it. In the middle of the writhing tendrils, a host of blood-red eyes appeared. It made it seem like the crescent moon was smiling. The pretty true god was struck senseless by the sight of it. Then the crescent moon shone with dazzling light as it slashed toward him. From a distance, it looked like a long, red river flowing up from the 9 Serenities underworld. It swept past the true god's head. God blood sprayed everywhere. The pretty true god spasmed and staggered backward. He could sense the grievous injury to Hai's head and could sense Hai's life force flowing out of him. Acting on instinct, he reached up to push Hai's hand down onto the head wound. Yet as he did, he realized that there was a host of bizarre green fingernails burrowing out between Hai's fingers. In a daze, he looked down to find that there were gruish fingernails growing out of Hai's skin all over. As a result, Hai's entire body looked like it was covered with demonic scales, too. And then, the scales all flipped around and burrowed directly into him toward Hai's soul. Indescribable torment filled every part of the true god, starting in Hai's soul and exploding outward from here. An anguished, grating scream escaped Hai's mouth. It was the sound of life force being cut away. God blood then spurted out of all the wounds, but the flow of blood quickly dried up, and then what came out was god blood, but coldly shimmering fingernails. The blade that had slashed through Hai's neck then appeared behind him in its full form. The blood vessels that covered it had spread outward, surrounding it to form a wheel of life. It looked like a gear, and on every gear tooth was sealed the life force that had been devoured by the blade. And deep on the wheel, it was possible to see blood-colored inscriptions that looked like they had been scratched there by a fingernail. For more chapters, visit novelfire.net. When you look at this blade, the reflection you see will be of 9 reincarnations, growing in your fingernails that are not your own. And thus, whoever returns will not be you. The work of Deep Gloom. As the pretty true god looked at the blade, it was reflected in Hai's eyes. Those eyes could not sustain the effort and exploded. The blade remained. Those eyes had already been drawn into the crescent moon and were now part of the Tao weapon. The skin of Hai's face began to collapse, as if it were being peeled off by fingernails. Revealed beneath was blood and bone and flesh. Then the wound on Hai's neck opened wide, and Hai's head fell off. Taking the pain in Hai's eyes with him, he collapsed into ashes. He had been destroyed in body and soul. The blade turned into blood-red moonlight that returned to Xu Qing, entered his forehead, and was seen no more. Everything was quiet for a moment. Then the sound of slaughter and battle returned. Xu Qing coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. He had been severely weakened, and his heart was pounding. This was his first time using the Tao weapon, and the sensation had been bizarre. It felt like his own fingernails were itching, as if life were forming within them. Scalp tingling, he burst into motion and headed toward the spot he had identified earlier. It was a spatial nexus. Xu Qing had space-time canon. While the space-time in this location was in chaos, Xu Qing was actually much better at identifying spatial nexuses than the pretty true god. That was why he had chosen to make his stand against the true god in that spot. If he wanted to leave the battlefield, he could attempt a teleportation at a spatial nexus. He had no idea where the nexus led, but given his weakened state, anywhere but this battlefield would be good. Without any hesitation, he raced toward it. Along the way, he noticed that, though he was still extracting ring source from Starry Eyes, and the goddess was trembling, she was peaceful, as if she wasn't cursed like before. Xu Qing looked over. Starry Eyes immediately closed her eyes, not daring to make eye contact with him. She feared him. Before, she had not feared him. She had hated him. It was a very deep-seated hatred. But after what she had just witnessed, especially that Gruish Dao weapon, her heart was filled with terror. Dying in that way, and especially in the way described in the inscription, which was the same as not returning at all, turned her hatred of Xu Qing into dread. Add in what had occurred with Spirit Jade, and she now believed that the fifth star ring really was a place that had figured out the secrets of the god's ability to return from death. Xu Qing noted her reaction thoughtfully, then focused on reaching the hidden spatial nexus. He had no time to pay close attention to Starry Eyes. Upon reaching the nexus, he didn't hesitate to activate his cannon and send it into the nexus. At the same time, a golden stream of light appeared off in the distance, as a three-headed, six-armed true god suddenly started racing toward Xu Qing. Clearly, he believed that Xu Qing couldn't use the curved blade again, and considering how weak he was, it would be easy to kill him. Xu Qing looked down. Not pausing for a moment, he continued to activate his cannon and open the spatial nexus. Then it erupted. Rumbling sounds echoed out as space collapsed, destroying everything. Xu Qing was no longer visible on the battlefield. 1. This is the third time in the novel that god kingdoms have been mentioned. The previous times were in 1196 and 1243, however neither of those chapters defined them or explained exactly how they work. Starting at this point, we will learn more about them, but it's all by observation. The author never outright explains them in the narrative. 2. Visually, this works fine in English, as you can imagine fingernails looking like scales. But there is an additional level of wordplay in Chinese, as the words for fingernail and scale of a fish, the type of armor, etc., contain a shared character. Chapter 1260, A Foreign Star Ring. The sky looked like a dark, hazy curtain as far as the eye could see. There was no sun or moon. It seemed like this location existed in perpetual night. However, there were 360 emerald-colored halos above, almost like a gigantic bracelet, that shone with a soft light. This was a planet in an unknown universe. It had a sea, land, mountains, and islands. The sea was a phosphorescent ocean, the land was made from stellar rubble, and the mountains were made from some mutant amethyst. 1. As for the islands, they weren't in the sea. They were actually islands that floated near the cliffs of the Amethyst Mountains, suspended in the air by means of light-consuming vines. The vines were semi-transparent, and their roots dug into the air itself, making it hard to tell where they got nutrients from. And it also made it seem like the islands were suspended from nothing at all. A person had just appeared above one of those islands. He wore a tattered Taoist robe, his hair was disheveled, and his face was splattered with blood. His aura was weak, and he hardly seemed conscious as he dropped down onto the island. When he landed, a space-time breeze seemed to float out from him, causing the vine-covered island to tremble and wither visibly. The island couldn't hold the figure that had just fallen onto it. A hole crumbled open, and the figure fell down through the entire island. Down he fell, ultimately landing in the vast forest at the base of the cliffs. For some reason, even though he didn't land with much force, all of the trees for 300 meters in all directions collapsed, turning into a dust of starlight that rose into the air and obscured the area. Visible within that glittering dust wasn't just that one person. He was holding another person by the throat. That second person was unconscious, yet the first person maintained a vice-like grip, despite the fact that he was also unconscious. It didn't take long for things to become silent again. The dust slowly settled, turning back into trees so that the forest was whole again. The vegetation in this forest wasn't actually true and real. It was made from dust. It consumed starlight that drifted in from the surrounding universe. Apparently, the dust operated according to some ancient magical law. It would extract memories from the starlight and display them as moving images within the forest. Time passed. Soon it started to rain. However, the rain wasn't made of water, nor did it behave like ordinary rain. It came in the form of millions upon millions of phosphorescent flying objects in the thin atmosphere of the planet, which would slowly drop down from sky. From a distance, it almost looked like the result of a god out in the void, ripping up sutra books and tossing the pages down. The ripped pages would eventually catch fire and emit both a bright light and a sound like a godly voice chanting. Glorious illumination, glorious illumination. As the chanting drifted out, blurry projections appeared in the light cast by the burning sutra pages. Gradually, those projections grew clearer. All of them looked exactly the same. They had bodies made of woven light and were neither male nor female. What was more, each one had 12 wings of light protruding from their backs, which produced iridescent vortexes as they flapped. They formed in the sky, and then spread in all directions. Chanting, their passage caused the dust on the ground to rise up and become a whimpering wind. The amethyst mountain ranges shook, and a sound like the ancient song of a flute greeted. In the phosphorescent ocean, glowing pillars of light rose up, turning into a staircase that they could dance upon. The vines suspending the islands began to exude golden sap, which congealed to form hexagonal crystals that conformed to the magical laws of this universe, which then floated up like sacrificial offerings. Down below, the forest beneath the islands was crumbling and turning into a dust storm that swept up to offer worship to. The only thing left behind after that were the two people who lay there unmoving. However, it didn't take long before the young woman whose throat was being held slowly opened her eyes. She first looked around in astonishment, and then her eyes lit up with joy. Next, she looked over at the person lying next to her, and she seemed to fill with hesitation and fear. She didn't act rashly. Instead, she looked up at the glowing figures above and opened her mouth as if to speak in a godly voice. She had been sealed and could not project divine will, but if she could speak in a godly voice, she was convinced that the spirit gods above would hear. Yet just as she was about to speak, the hand on her throat clamped down with much more force than before, making it impossible for her to produce even a bit of sound. Starry Eyes trembled and looked over at Xu Qing. His eyes were open now. She didn't dare to do anything, not even move. Xu Qing didn't move either, nor did his facial expression change in any way. Eventually, the glowing figures overhead disappeared into the distance, and everything went back to normal. Only at that point did he look over at Starry Eyes and start extracting some ring source from. Starry Eyes despaired as the terrifying force wreaked havoc and dragged her ring source out of her. She had only just formed some more, and now it was gone. When the process was over, she felt weak and limp. Afterward, Xu Qing sealed her voice again, strengthened all the other seals on her, and then trussed her up with chains and put her away. Having accomplished that, he carefully sent his divine will out to scan the area. Gradually, his expression turned grim. A moment passed. "Thank you," he said softly. "There's no need to thank me, young lord. Have things become that awkward between us now?" Starfair sounded a bit weak, but was just as flirtatious as ever. She knew why Xu Qing was thanking her. Upon arriving at this planet, she had noticed the unusual surroundings and had taken the initiative to cover Xu Qing with her godly aura to protect him. She had also noticed Starry Eyes acting suspicious, so she had used her god source to wake up Xu Qing. "Going forward," he said softly, "you don't need to keep bolstering me." Sitting up, he closed his eyes to meditate and heal. He had some speculations about his current location, but whether it was to simply confirm those speculations or leave, he needed his cultivation base in good shape. Thus, the most important thing to do now was heal his cultivation base. Whether it was the price he paid to use the Dao weapon or the danger of the chaotic spatial flows he had just endured, he was now in an extremely weak state. Thankfully, he had a nice ring source stockpile. His reward from capturing Starry Eyes was enough to restore his cultivation base, And that wasn't to mention that he had the god imprisoned in the Immortal palace to harvest from. Plus, he still had starry eyes as well. Considering that she didn't seem capable of completely running out of ring source, she was like a precious treasure to him. In that manner, time passed. Half a month went by. During that time, Starfare kept Xu Qing hidden in the forest of dust trees. Xu Qing continuously absorbed ring source and used it to heal. There were additional instances in which ancient scenes played out in the forest, and that same reign occurred. Xu Qing could sense something godlike in those 12-winged figures of light. However, they seemed very different from other gods that he had seen before. That said, he had no intention of deeper study and analysis until he was completely healed. 10 more days passed. As Xu Qing sat there cross-legged, he opened his eyes, and they glittered brightly. His cultivation base had recovered by 70%. The reason he hadn't fully recovered was because of the lingering effects of the Dao weapon. It would simply take time. However, Xu Qing could tell that once he had fully recovered, the tempering his soul had gone through would make it purer than before. Well, I suppose I should look around and determine where I am. He looked up, his eyes glittering. Next, Starfare's godly aura swept out, covering Xu Qing, then the entire planet, and then spreading out into the starry sky. Mutagen levels were high, and godly fluctuations filled the area. There was no way he was in the 5th star ring. Though he had suspected as much when he woke up, after getting a good sense of his surroundings, he sighed. This was a completely unfamiliar starry sky. Given how happy Starry Eyes had seemed earlier, Xu Qing could only come to the conclusion that this was the 4th star ring. As for the specific planet, Xu Qing's divine will was telling him that the planet was located on the very edge of a nebula. The planet was emerald green, and as it slowly rotated, it was possible to hear something that resembled the sound of a subterranean meridian slowly breathing. On one part of the planet was a crystalline plain inhabited by scaled oxen with wings. Their scales were very special, as it allowed them to form a resonance with the land around them. And when they flapped their wings, they would send out delicate motes of light. Even more strange was that these oxen were apparently intelligent. They actually had formed a civilization, a kingdom. They also had a temple in which they offered sacrifices to their god. That god looked like a glowing butterfly. It was not a true god, just an altar god. As Xu Qing observed, he noticed one of the scaled oxen approach a temple. It was dying, and as it prostrated in front of the temple, it gradually transformed into a similar type of glowing butterfly before entering the temple. That wasn't the only place where gods could be found. In a location far away from the scaled oxen was a vast field of fluorescent mushrooms. As they chanted into the wind, their roots linked together to form a massive kingdom. When the fire of rain fell from the sky, their bodies would burn and turn into a blue mist that rose into the air. Within that mist was an ethereal mayfly that consumed sound waves. Inside the transparent belly of that mayfly was the god of their species. The planet also had a humanoid species. They lived in the southwestern part of the planet, where magnetic storms were frequent. They built their homes in roving crystalline forests. The trees in the forests devoured lightning to survive, and the sparks they shed when they broke open were believed by the humanoid species to be a punishment from the gods. Maybe it really was a punishment. After all, Xu Qing's divine will made it clear that the lightning contained the aura of a god. What caught Xu Qing's attention the most were the 360 emerald green halos in the dome of heaven. That was where the 12-winged figures of light came from, and it was also where an extremely ancient temple existed. However, it seemed mostly dark. There is no true god here. It should be a good place to hide out. This text is hosted at Novelfire.net. Xu Qing retracted his divine will and thought for a time. In the end, he decided to wait here until his cultivation base was fully recovered. Only then would he consider leaving. Blurring into motion, he vanished from the forest of dust. When he reappeared, he was in the distant Amethyst Mountains. There, he hewed out a mansion grotto and sat down cross-legged inside. Time passed. The planet rotated. Fire from heaven occasionally fell. The scaled oxen offered sacrifices 30 times. Their god became increasingly glorious. The chanting of the mushrooms became a requiem to calm the soul as the fire fell, and the mist danced wildly. The forest of dust continued to take the memories of starlight and weave them together. For some reason, the starlight that it had been absorbing lately contained images of some unknown human civilization. Within those images was a cultivator with white hair holding his dead wife. His sorrow turned into rage, and he threw his head back and cursed heaven. Eventually, he stepped up into heaven and waged war against the heavenly Taos. There was no sound in the image, but the madness of it caused the entire forest of dust to turn as red as blood. A month passed in which Xu Qing's cultivation base reached a state of 90% recovery. He immersed himself in cultivation, and then one day, when he was just on the verge of complete recovery, within the sound of breathing that came from the planet's subterranean meridians, an unfamiliar voice spoke. God Emperor Death Departure has issued an imperial order. A human cultivator has fled into one of the millions upon millions of universes here in the fourth star ring. He has taken Goddess Starry Eyes captive. All gods will hunt for him. Anyone who provides clues leading to his capture will be given 100 portions of ring source. Anyone who captures him will be given the Tao weapon of a god lord. As soon as the voice rang out, a terrifying stream of divine will swept out of the starry sky and over the entire planet. 1. The literal characters for amethyst are violet plus crystal. However, this combination is different from the violet crystal inside Xu Qing. To be specific, the characters for the one inside Xu Qing are violet plus colored plus water plus crystal, while here is simply violet plus crystal. The combination of water plus crystal is the common word for crystal, my understanding being that ancient people thought there was a connection between water and crystals. In any case, I'm just rendering these mountains as amethyst, because there is not a connection to the violet crystal in Xu Qing. 2. The author transposes the characters that I normally translate as God, seemingly to imply that the glowing creatures are not the same species as the gods, yet are somehow godly. He did use the divine pronoun for them. This term has never come up before, nor does it come up again, at least not in the chapters I had access to as of translating this chapter.